Alright. Hello everyone. Welcome to the Sessar's Mansion, not Caesar's Mansion. One shot. I'm going to just start off kind of reading out what y'all already basically know. But you all of your characters received an invitation to a party of some sort. Here's the invitation. I'll actually copy it and put it in the Discord chat, just so people can have it for quick reference. But it is to the lucky few. You've been invited to the grand opening of Sir Pak Sessar's extravagant abode. It is on the day 1251 in the 12th era of Venpahan, which is very fun. You all are of high esteem and influence, I'm sure. So don't worry about those simple-minded folk. They will not be there. And the mansion is atop Gam's Peak, which is overlooking the rising town of Rambang, which is a growing mining town that is growing quite quickly because these mountains have very recently formed. And they want you all at the base of the mountain promptly at 4 p.m., and you'll be escorted in groups via wagon, or what are they called? Carts, via transportation up the mountain. Indubitably the Caesar or the Sessar family. You got me saying Caesar now. What y'all know about Sir Pak Sessar is he's kind of a hothead. He's very Tony Stark-esque is the best way I would probably describe him in terms of his his demeanor in general, but he has built up a company called Sessar Minerals, which essentially is is a mining company the within the Serapi Peaks, which is where Rambang is, and he is very, very influential in how much money he has and things that he can fund. So if you kiss up to him, he can most likely be willing to give away for him a insubstantial amount of money, for y'all a very substantial amount of money to whatever cause you're going. But you kind of have to suck up to him. He's not exactly a very pleasant person. But just for the setup, you've all gotten this invitation. You all arrive in Rambang at the base of the mountain. I'll say, I'm pretty sure you all don't know each other. If that's not true, please let me know. But I think you all don't know each other, but you're all kind of milling around, waiting for the drivers to pick you up. And as you all have been there, maybe, a driver or two has come by with, about every 10 minutes with a carriage just for 4 people that can only fit 4 people. And as you 3 are the next to get on, you are, a very elderly man kind of gestures for you to get into the carriage. And just so you know, the weather it's kind of that calm before the storm feeling. It's 4 p.m., so the sun is setting, or going to be setting very soon, because it's winter time currently. But it's very calm before the storm-esque because you can see that there are dark clouds kind of on the horizon towards the mountains as you kind of look up at Gam's Peak. It's not a very pleasant sight, some very dark clouds, so there may be a storm tonight, but that's okay. Y'all will be in this fantastic abode, so you don't have to worry about that. As you get onto the carriage, turn around to see who this 4th person may join, but you essentially get the sense that everybody's kind of already got their groups of people that they want to head up the mountain with, because the driver does tell you that it's probably going to be like a 30-minute trip up the mountain. So you all will get to spend some time talking if you would like. Depends on what your characters are. So you all, just the 3 of you, are in this carriage, and you set up on a very small trail up to the mountain, up to Sessar's mansion. So I'd like you 3 to describe your characters and essentially just what they look like, their kind of general demeanor, what's their name, and also why or how they got the invitation to this party, essentially the celebration, and also maybe what they want to gain from it. You know, if they're coming to this party, there's probably some reason that they want to be here. It could just be for the vibes, but if there is some motivation, please share. But I'd like to start with you, Sam. What is your character?
Um, so my character's name is Cyrus Whisper. Grim Whisper.
Mm,
He is a high elf wizard
mm,
detective who is renowned for his ability to solve uh, crimes and
mm,
thefts and murders.
mm-hmm.
Um, he presents himself very boastfully because he has a very high success rate, but he really only just casts the speak with dead on whoever died in order
Mm-hmm.
to ask it who killed him.
Mm,
Um, that's why he's so successful. He does not actually know how to be a detective because
yeah,
that's like his one trick.
yeah.
Um, he's got
I think you called that last night, didn't you? Like I told you,
Yes, I
Sam
did.
had something funny. Yeah.
Oh, yes.
um,
That's a pretty good
he
tactic, though.
yeah,
It
it
is.
works well for him.
Yeah.
So he has sort of elevated to the upper echelons of society as this
Mm,
renowned detective.
mm-hmm.
Um, he's a tall like elf, alabaster skin,
Mm,
long flowy black hair, and a
hell
golden, well dressed, and a golden monocle that he uses as a spellcasting focus.
yeah. Damn. All right. Awesome. Hell yeah.
His
Yeah.
motivations are just to sort of, you know, he seeks fame, glory,
Yeah.
just sort of networking, um, maybe looking for a sponsor for some of his divinatory research endeavors.
Oh yeah. Well, that is. He would definitely get that at this party. Thank you. How about you, Garrick? What is your character?
My character is Genghis Kwan. Uh,
Can you put that in the Discord for me? I want to see how
Yeah.
it's spelled.
yes. In D&D, so yes. Here we go.
Mm-hmm. Ridiculous. Love it.
And Genghis Khan.
two,
That's
two
so
capital G's.
Yep. Yep.
This is
How you spell
Genghis. I put it in
funny.
D&D, so
it?
Have you
Yes.
ever seen a word with 4 G's in it?
um,
uh.
I I am a hill dwarf wizard.
Mm.
Um, basically, I I am not actually a magical wizard. I just
Mm.
have I just have a special hat that has given me very undeserved status. Now
Ooh.
most wizards have a wizard hat, but
Mm-hmm.
Genghis Khan has a chicken hat.
Oh my
And
god. Yeah. Yeah.
and and so everyone in Genghis Khan's village, Gangu,
Mm-hmm.
have
Yeah.
just have just flocked to him being this magical all-knowing being
Mm-hmm.
because of this marvelous chicken hat.
Yes.
And so Genghis Khan has kind of faked it until he's made it because while he does have the status to be invited to this party,
Mm-hmm.
like he doesn't have like the backbone, the upbringing that probably most people at this party would,
Mm-hmm.
because he's just kind of been thrust into this high power role, and
Oh yeah.
he's just kind of like happy to be here.
Nice.
So he's just trying to really not screw up his point of power, and it's just hoping that everyone keeps getting hypnotized by his chicken hat.
Hell yeah. I love it. Two frauds already. What what does this chicken hat
Different
look
blood
like? Since it,
wizards.
yeah, exactly. What does this chicken hat look like that's so enthralling?
Um, so like, so you know how a wizard hat is like wide and then it gets thinner towards the top, so it like flops over.
Mm-hmm.
Um, yeah. So like, it's like kind of a chicken head in that way, and then like as it gets thinner, it's like a beak.
Mm-hmm.
But then it's got like this special little uh like what do you call that thing? The gobble that like a turkey has, but it's still
Mm-hmm.
a
Yeah.
chicken hat. And then it like
Maybe the
like
gizzard.
yeah,
Gizzard.
gizzard that like
something like
wiggles
that,
a little bit, and so it's
Mhm.
like kind of hypnotic in that way.
Mm. Wow. Love it, Genghis Khan. What about you, Blake? What's your character?
So my character is a Vulpin, which is like a fox humanoid. His name is Fiddle.
Hmm.
He's a bard.
Hurry.
He plays the fiddle primarily.
Yeah.
Fiddle is Fidyl, by the way.
Mm-hmm.
So Fiddle is from the Tilgi Forest on the continent of Sumia. Just kind of grew up secluded from other people that weren't his family. Always loved getting into trouble, causing mischief, and then he was always able to weasel his way out with his words.
Mm.
His family he grew up playing all kinds of folky instruments. And then as soon as he was old enough, he left home to go study as a bard and then try and make a living that way. He is very selfish, motivated entirely almost by lust and greed.
Wow.
He's chaotic neutral because everything is for personal gain
Yep.
with Fiddle, but he doesn't go out of his way to hurt people. It's just like
He's not trying
it's
to
good for
murder
him.
people.
Yeah.
Yep. Yeah.
But he does like causing, like he likes to do things in the funniest way possible.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, so he was at a tavern, he played a little show, got some tips, he's chatting up the ladies. And then he starts drinking with this other bard who starts getting all braggadocious about getting, the invite to perform at this party. And talking about how Fiddle should just give up his barding because he's not as good as that guy. Fiddle didn't, and the worst thing that this other bard did, worst thing he ever could have done for himself, was call Fiddle's instrument a violin. It's not.
Yeah.
It's just not.
It's not.
Yeah.
It's not. Yeah.
So Fiddle, when he kept getting that guy drunk, and then later when he passed out, Fiddle stole the invitation and headed out to the next town and started going towards the mountain. So
Hell yeah.
that's what Fiddle's here for.
Nice.
He's just trying to get money and more renown as a bard.
Yeah. Hell yeah. Get money. I love it.
Mm-hmm.
All right. Awesome.
It sounds like as long as
real
Steven
cast of
doesn't allow
characters.
us to talk to the dead, and he just criticizes Blake's fiddle, we are screwed.
Yeah.
Urchins.
Oh,
Yeah.
Fiddle wears jeans, flannel with the sleeves rolled up, and a straw hat.
Hell yeah, dude. Real country fox.
Yeah.
I love it. All right, awesome. Well, yeah, thank you all for introducing yourselves. So you all find yourselves on this carriage ride up the mountain. You see these characters around you, as been described. Do any of you say anything to y'all on this car ride, on this carriage ride?
Yes.
I'm gonna say to Fiddle, oh, you must be one of the servants. I would like Chardonnay, please.
You must be mistaken, my good wizard. I am actually here as an invited guest. I am going to be performing, and I will blow your socks off.
Oh, so
with my musical whimsy.
You're like a jester then?
No, sir. I am a esteemed bard from the College of Lore.
Esteemed?
Yes, indeed, sir. And what might you be doing here?
In that outfit?
Are you here to maybe trim the jeans, hem the jeans of the bard? You look like a tailor, sir.
No, I am actually the renowned detective Cyrus Grimwhisperer. I'm sure you've heard of me.
Yes, I do believe you are very famous for solving murders around the continent of Sumia, are you not?
Yes, well, that is my forte.
I've heard very many things about you and how In some way, you seem to be one of the dumbest detectives alive, but you get the job done.
Well, I'm not sure if I fed you that information, but I can assure you that I'm a detective of great renown. In fact, many people of high society rely on my skills.
Sir, I do not doubt it even a little bit. I was simply jesting. At least you do not look, you're not wearing some foolish, silly hat of a toasty it is making me very hungry, like this gentleman here.
Yes, I have to say,
Uh,
sir.
I mean, if a hat gave you the magical powers that this one did, you would wear it as often as I did.
How
And if
intriguing.
hats gave you as much swagger as mine did, maybe you would be wearing mine.
The worst set of
Well,
people.
well, it seems us rich folk are just are getting tired of not being at this party. So
Sir,
we're beginning to quabble.
sir with the chicken hat, may I ask you what your name is?
Uh, my name is Genghis Kwan, but you can go. You know what? I'm gonna start over.
Okay.
The name's Kwan. Genghis Kwan.
Mr. Gangangus, you say your hat is magical?
Would I lie to you?
No, of course not. Would you mind if I inspect it for a bit? I'm rather intrigued in
You know
magical
what?
properties.
You know what? I actually would mind because I have I have been able to maintain its magic without letting anyone but myself touch it, and I fear what another person's touch, especially a wizard, would do to my hat.
Well,
Um,
if you insist. I was merely curious, is all.
can I roll to try and snatch the hat off his head?
What?
Sure.
I'm gonna roll to protect my hat.
Yeah. You both roll initiative real quick, just to
Okay.
get an order. Yeah. So you're going. It's whatever you roll a d20 and add your dexterity modifier, Garrick.
Okay, with the
If it-
dexterity modifier.
yeah.
Oh,
Okay.
that's pretty good.
I rolled a 1, so.
Well, I rolled. Hold up, I rolled a. I can't hold. I rolled a 19.
All right. Well,
But which
yeah.
one's bigger?
I'll say, Genghis Kwan. You see, I don't know if Fiddle thinks he's being very secretive about it, but you see Fiddle slowly start to move his hand like he's like a cat ready to pounce, and you can tell very clearly that he's about to snatch for your hat. And so when he does try to grab it, you are able to dodge out of the way.
Luckily for my hat, I was able to see you coming a mile away. You will not get the upper hand on a wizard, young violin player.
You're a fellow wizard.
Quick reactions of the people from the Western Steppes. I assume that is where you're from, with a name like as silly as Genghis Kwan.
I am from everywhere, but also nowhere.
Mr. Gangangus, you say you're a wizard.
Yes, I am. The only place I call home is under this chicken hat.
Wow.
So that's
Poetic
a bar.
indeed.
Yeah.
Might I ask you what school you specialize in?
All of them.
Wow. Very impressive.
Thank you.
That's a feat even I can't say I've accomplished.
Well, if you had the attire I did, maybe you would.
I must warn you about calling my fiddle here a violin in the future. It might cause you great grief to continue doing so.
What is the difference between your fiddle and a violin?
Well, sir, a violin is what you might call it if someone with no skill or rhythm at all might be playing it, like yourself. But it is known as a fiddle when some of the greatest strings that have ever been plucked are being strummed by someone such as me.
Well,
notoriously strumming and
To be fair, sir.
What do you know?
I have no reason to think you may be lying, but I have yet to hear you play that instrument, so I feel by default it must be a violin, until I
Well,
hear you strum it so eloquently as you describe.
sir, I guess that is a good point, but I don't want to spoil the show that you'll be hearing later. Maybe I will give you just a little snippet of the fanciful tonations that you'll be hearing later.
Mm.
I start playing a song.
Yeah. Roll a performance check for me, and
Roll a music check.
yeah, roll a performance check, and I'll
Check
say,
one, check two.
yeah, I'll say, oh, just do a straight roll, no advantage or disadvantage, just do a straight roll.
I I rolled a 4.
Okay, 4 plus what?
It's performance.
Yeah.
So I guess I got an 8.
Okay, not too
Damn.
bad. I'll say the car ride's or the carriage ride is a little bumpy going up this mountain, and I'll say it also starts, before the clouds are kind of heavy, and it starts to rain and pitter patter, and so the performance is not that good. But I will say, for both you, Genghis Khan, and Cyrus, you may not know why. Whether it is just his poor ability, you may just assume that based off the entire conversation, or if it is just not the right environment.
I
see.
understand that this may not be the right environment to play your instrument, and you would not be the first to crumble under the pressure given by sitting in front of my marvelous attire. I look forward to hearing your performance at at the event.
You will not be disappointed. I am not nervous at all. It is simply the rocky carriage ride that we're being given by this horrible wagon horse leader man. I don't know. Wagoneer.
Driver.
Hold up.
Driver.
Carriage
Pause.
driver.
Is there Steven, would you say there's a fourth person in here
There,
with us?
it would fit 4 people, but everyone else that could have gotten on already had someone they wanted to go with, so it's just you 3.
Okay.
Can I roll
So
insight to see if Fiddle is actually nervous or not?
Sure, yeah.
if you roll a high number, you're wasting a roll, Sam. Just want you to know that.
He's due.
It's not very good.
You're wasting luck that you could use at the casino.
9.
Mm.
Okay, single digit number.
Yeah,
You
I'll
waste
say
that.
I'll say it's hard to tell. It's hard to tell whether he's nervous or not. He's certainly
see.
boasting a lot of confidence, but after that performance, you don't know if it's all talk and no bite, or it really just was not the best environment.
I see.
I pull a piece of straw from my hat and then stick it in my mouth and chew on it to make myself seem more confident and relaxed.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, that definitely
Yeah, that
is
helps.
the impression I have.
That
Yeah.
certainly helps. Yeah. Yeah. All right. Is there anything you all would like to discuss more on this carriage ride? After this conversation, there's probably like 10 more minutes left that you could get out, but the rain is starting to get down. Yeah, what's up?
And just so you fine gentlemen know, I will be selling CDs for 20 gold pieces after the party.
CDs.
Very
is
fancy.
CD?
Mm.
CDs nuts, my good sir.
Yes.
Yeah. Hilarious.
Yeah, you got a good chuckle. Alright, awesome. Then I will say that you all, after some more small talk and bickering back and forth right off the bat, I'll say you get up to, suddenly the carriage stops, and it is difficult to see outside of, the windows of this carriage, as it is, even though it's only like 4:30 p.m., it has gotten quite dark outside due to just the storm that you are kind of in. It is raining quite a bit. There has been some thunder. It's not like a torrential downpour, but it's certainly very, it's like the classic low air pressure feeling, right? Where it's feels like there's a storm in the air. And as the carriage stops, and you can hear the driver kind of get off of the top, suddenly the door to, left or right, one of the doors on the side swings wide open, and you see the older carriage driver just absolutely drenched in water, right? His hair and clothes are just absolutely pouring wet. He apparently did not have the same cover that you all had, and he yells up to y'all in the rain, and he's like, please, get out quickly because there is the rain, but welcome to Sessar's mansion. And he kind of gestures up grandly, but he is soaking wet, so it doesn't look that cool. But what do you all do? Who gets out first?
I forgot to mention that I'm wearing white robes, and so
Okay.
what I do is I actually remove my chicken hat, and I have to put it under the robe in order to keep it dry and safe, and then I sprint into the mansion.
All right, awesome.
I flick Grim Whisper on the ear and say, "Please do enjoy the festivities," and then I do a front flip out of the wagon.
Are you holding your fiddle the whole time? Or?
I am holding the fiddle. It's on my back.
How disrespectful.
I'll do an acrobatics check for me, Blake.
Okay.
Or fiddle.
I roll
like,
an
you're
11.
Gonna break your fiddle.
I roll an 11 and my acrobatics is +3. So 14.
Okay, yeah, 14. Yeah, you do a pretty solid. To you, it doesn't feel like the best front flip you've ever done, but it was very impressive to the other two that were watching. And how about you, Cyrus?
I roll to start breakdancing?
Okay. In the pouring rain.
In the pouring rain, yeah. What about you, Cyrus? What do you do to deal with the rain?
I think I'd be wearing sort of a cloak, as I divined earlier that it was going to rain. And came prepared. I just pull
divined by looking up at the dark sky.
Yeah. By the way, my brim is wide enough to protect my fiddle, and it's weaved so tight that it's very waterproof. Yeah.
Hell yeah, it's a good hat. Everybody's got really good hats.
Yeah.
Hell yeah. As you all are either running, as Genghis Khan is doing, or just trying to get in, you are all able to look up at Sessar's mansion, and it looks incredibly ominous from the outside. It is even with the not completely black exterior, but this really dark, deep gray stone that is obviously not being helped by it now being wet from the rain. This deep colored stone is just the cylindrical tower in front of you that probably goes up, maybe like 100 feet or something like that. You don't see any other branches to the left. It's just in kind of the side of this mountain. Within the stone, there is just this solid black, or this deep gray, just tower rising up about 100 feet made out of stone. But there is a little archway with these front doors that you're able to get up under, and the driver comes up and he says, "Well, let me open up the door for you all and invite you in. But I will have to be leaving soon. I must get the next. I must go back down and get the next group of people, as you know." And he opens up the door. And you all step inside of Sessar's mansion, and you look up.
I immediately put my hat. I immediately put my hat back on.
Okay, as soon as you're out of the rain, I like it. What about you?
To the driver,
yes.
As I walk in, I want to take a gold piece out of my bag and clasp it in his hand and say, "Thank you very much, sir."
Oh, he seems quite appreciative of that. He says, "Thank you, sir. It was my pleasure, of course. Yes."
I'm gonna thank him by bending down and offering him the opportunity to touch my hat.
he kind of yes, sir. A very nice hat that you have on your head. Yes, and he kind of touches it.
I take out a gold piece, and I thank him for his giving us passage up the mountain, and I flick it to him, and then I try and pickpocket it back.
Okay.
So he says,
What
"Oh, you're very
the
welcome." He
hell?
turns around, and when he does that, I try and pickpocket it back.
Okay. Do a stealth check for me.
All right.
Blake
And I rolled a
starts to
1.
roll
What the
it.
heck, man? The second one I rolled.
Well,
This is
you
not
give
middle day.
you give him the gold, and as he turns around, you just shove your hand into his pocket, where he just put it, and he quickly turns to you and he says, "Oh, sorry, sir, I must have gotten in your way. Please enter." And he gestures for you to go ahead of him.
Yep. And I wink at him, and then I walk in. Still confidence unwavered, by the way.
Yeah. No, a full 10 out of 10 for confidence still.
Yeah.
And as you all enter, the interior of this tower could not be any different from the exterior. After walking about, I'd say like 20 feet through this kind of tight, honestly, like enclosed like little stone tunnel, you enter this large, tall central room that has white marble throughout the entire interior. There is not any of the black dark stone from the outside. And as you enter, you are in this cylindrical room. All right. As you enter, there is as you look up in this wide open space now, and you can hear the chattering of some people that are within here. There is. It appears as you look up, there appears that you are on this first floor, right? But there are 3 more floors above you with these balconies that surround the entire there's these circular balconies that are these different tiers within. So you can see that there are, 1 or 2 people kind of just leaning on the railings and looking down and looking at just this beautiful central area where at the, in the center of the room, there's a large, at the top, there's a large, what's the word called? A chandelier. This beautiful wooden chandelier with lights that there's not torches on it, but there's just these floating orbs that kind of float around these very nicely polished wooden poles, and it's just a very beautiful kind of dancing lights moving chandelier that's within the center of this room. But as you enter, you see that there's various offshoots, like different rooms in this kind of ring that you're in. And you can see all the way up to the ceiling. So the ceiling goes up like 100 feet as tall of this tower that you're within. And as you enter, you see, as I said, there's several very posh-looking people around, chatting. There's some light music playing from a man over by the side playing a lute, and it kind of just echoes throughout this whole room as a very whimsical feel. It's very contrasting to what it was like outside. But as you enter, in the center of the room, you all see Sir Pak Sessar, who is a older man, probably in his 50s. So he's got some graying hair, but he has this hair that's kind of slicked back, very oily, dark hair that has some silver lines throughout it, or highlights through it. And as he looks at you all enter, you see that he is wearing just a very fine suit. It looks exactly like a tuxedo that you would see today, but in this time period, for someone to wear, a silk suit like this is very, very high class, to be wasting these kinds of materials on just a very posh look. And as you all enter, he is just standing directly in the center with what appears to be a servant beside him. And he gestures with large open arms, and he says, welcome all of you to my mansion. Yes, you are my esteemed guests. And he kind of glances to each of you. and he takes a little bit longer of a glance at you, Genghis Kwan, at your hat, and he kind of nods a little bit. His face wavers just a little bit, you can see it, but he still is putting on this big, kind of, you can all tell it's kind of like a fake smile, and he says, "Welcome, one and all. Yes, just such a pleasure for you all to be here." And as you all are walking in, is there anything that you would like to do right as the moment as you walk in, seeing all of this, hearing him kind of exclaim at your attendance? What would you all like to do?
When he greets me and looks at me an extra long, I want to give him a little like tip of the cap, milady, with my hat.
Okay.
The chicken hat.
Yeah, with the chicken hat. Okay, that's a nice
Do you,
gesture.
Grab the head and like what is?
No, I think I'd grab the bottom.
I start walking up to him, and I do a very deep bow, and I want to chat him up a little bit.
Okay. How about you, Cyrus?
Up on a balcony?
No, he is standing right in the center of the room. This room is probably like, I forgot to say that. The room is probably like 50 feet wide as a diameter. So he's like a good 25 feet in front of y'all, just with his arms outstretched in the center of this.
Is he the only person in the room with us?
No, there's people on the balcony around. If you're just kind of glancing around, there appears to be like a very standard butler kind of standing next to him that seems to be waiting on his every word. But as you're glancing around, there are various people with very posh clothing standing around.
I think I also go up to him with fiddle.
Well, I will say, as you all have entered, and you've entered the space, and you're kind of looking around, and he gives his little speech as you all are about to, above you was, one of the balconies. As soon as you are about to clear this threshold, so you would be able to see everything fully, as you are taking a step forward, you hear a female scream from above you, and as you all, start to look up, everyone in the room, this is all happening very quickly, I might add. You all hear a scream, and in your reaction, you look up. The noise kind of dies down for a quick second, and then you all see a woman slam into the ground in front of you, the marble floor in front of you, with this sickening flesh impact with broken bone noises, a noise that you all probably never wish you would hear ever. And you just hear this sound as this female woman, this woman just collides with the ground. And as she collides with the ground, as you're just watching this in front of you very quickly, her head appears to have impacted the ground first, and so she, the bone snapping that you hear must have been, her neck cracking, because as her body just bounces just a little bit as it hits the ground and just lays lifeless for this moment, you can see that her head is twisted at this crazy angle, kind of looking off to the side, and as soon as it's landed, just blood just starts to seep out from her body onto the white marble floor, and there is this absolute moment of just dead silence. She is landed right in front of Caesar, right in front of both you, Cyrus, and Fiddle, as you're walking up, and in this moment, I'll say you won't do anything, but is there any place that you're looking specifically that I can describe in more detail in this shocking turn of events that has happened in the past, second?
I nudge Cyrus and I say, "Well, would you look at that? No matter where I go, the women seem to fall for me."
You buffoon! This woman is dead.
Yes,
You're cracking
we
jokes.
can't reverse that, can we?
Can I look at Cyrus's facial expression and
Cyrus's
what is
or Pox?
Pox?
Yes, yeah.
Um,
Yes, you may do an
does he
insight
look
check for me.
surprised? Yeah, okay.
Yeah, and what about you, Genghis Kwan? What do you do just in this brief moment, just where this just happened in front of you in this dead silence?
So when there was a woman scream, I looked up to try to look where the woman was screaming from. Did I see uh where perhaps she fell from?
Uh, yeah, I'll say without even needing like a perception check, you can tell that she didn't fall from the floor right above you. She was traveling way too fast for that. But none of you saw what floor she
Okay.
apparently fell
How
from.
many floors are there above us?
So there are 4 floors in total.
Okay.
So you're on the first floor, didn't fall from the second floor. This this was in your peripheral. You're just kind of walking forward and just boom, just this
Okay.
lady falls from the sky. I'll say, yeah, third or fourth floor is what you can only assume because there's only those floors, just for spatial reference.
I rolled 14 on my insight.
The shock on Sir Pak's face is just fully evident because he was about to continue his speech, and all he is doing is looking in pure shock at this woman in front of him that has now died. And I won't do it for real because Olive is sleeping. But he just starts screaming his head off. He's like, ah! What the fuck? Like before he had this very, suave, oh yes, welcome to my place. He has lost any accent or, persona that he was doing. He is just screaming, just staring at this woman, and he's like, ah! What the fuck? Marissa! And he goes down, to her, and this woman, as you now see her, just she was wearing or is wearing this like white dress that is now starting just to be splotched in red blood as just the blood is starting to seep out, and he is desperately just trying to like turn her over, but as is doing it, it's you look at her body and it's making these weird fucking angles because it has been bent out of shape in such weird ways from just the sheer impact with the marble floor. It's a very unnerving sight, but he's just trying to make sense of it, is what you get from your insight check.
Before anyone does anything, I want to say, like, everyone remain calm. And then I point to the butler next to him and I say, you, lock the door. Nobody leaves.
Yes. You see an older man, very Alfred-looking person. You see an older man with this kind of white hair, and he looks to you as everybody has now kind of gone to balconies, and you can see there's probably like 20 or so people that have kind of congregated on the various floors looking over at the balconies into the center room, everyone looking down at this panicking man and this now obviously dead woman, and he looks with you at wide eyes, and he looks to Sir Pak, freaking the fuck out, and Sir Pak, upon hearing you say this, he looks up at you, hearing you say lock the doors, and he looks up at you, and he's obviously breathing heavy. He's like kind of like hyperventilating, but you can see his eyebrows were up, but they start to go down in this more furrowed look. And his breathing, instead of being a wide open mouth breath, his teeth start to go together, and it's more of a and he looks around to everyone on the balconies, and he starts, glaring at all of them as he gets up, and he's just spinning around, and he screams out to the room. He says, "All of you, all of you are, all of you are now suspects for the murder of my wife." And he looks to his butler, the person you were just talking to, and he says, "Earl, lock the fucking doors. No one enters, no one leaves until I can get my hands around the neck of the person that killed my wife." And Earl is now like, yes, right this way, sir," and rushes past you all and closes the door. The driver was just also there within this room. And he, as Sir Pak is just screaming this to everyone, he's glaring around at everybody, and then his attention turns to you three. And he looks to the three of you, not, his eyebrows are still furrowed, still angry, but it's obvious that the anger is not directed towards y'all. And he says, you three just entered. I know that you all didn't do it." And he starts looking around at him. He says, "I don't care how much fucking money it takes. If you all can figure out who fucking murdered my wife, I'll pay you everything I fucking own. But I just need him here alive to be standing here in front of me so I can choke him to death and see his last breath leave his lips and at the last life leave his eyes." And he looks to you all, and he's like this mad, ferocious look. What do you all say to him? He's looking at you all expectantly.
I get an insidious grin, internal. I keep it internal, right?
Okay.
On the outside, I put on a sad face, and I try to get everyone's attention in the room, and I say, "Everyone, please. There's been a murder, but there's no need to panic. We have the world famous detective, Cyrus Grimwhisper, right here. Surely he'll be able to get to the bottom of this, and we will get justice for the Lady Melissa."
I say, I put a hand on one of Pak's shoulders, and I say, as our furry friends just said, you have the remarkable fortune of relying on me to achieve this task of discovering who murdered your wife, as I am, in fact, the renowned detective Cyrus Grimwhisper. And might I say, sir, you have incredible intuition to react so quickly to tell your butler to lock the doors and to allow no one to leave.
Sidebar. I really wanted Sam to say. And by the way, sir, you have a beautiful wife.
I thought you were gonna say something like that too.
She's very flexible. Was she a contortionist?
Oh, beautiful home you have. I love the marble. He is looking at you after saying all this, and he says, and he kind of gets kind of low. This whole time he's been yelling, but he looks to you and he says, "I don't care what fucking detective you are. Figure out who murdered my wife so I can kill them." Oh, what do you do? Gen Quan. Yeah.
Of course, sir.
Can get Sisquan, yeah.
I think I just kind of stutter over my words because I'm a fraud. And so I'm just kind of stuttering, and I'm just like, "Sir, I will use every bit of magic and deduction in my being to get that man to you."
He says, good, that's what I want to hear. And
I'm so good at telling people what they want to hear.
And he goes over now to kind of just look back at his wife. He's kneeling over her, just like muttering to himself, like, what the fuck? Why? What has happened? And he's like looking up at the balconies above. And what he's essentially forgotten all about y'all. He seems to be in complete shock at what has just transferred. And at this moment, now, before there was like chatter, now there is even more chatter as everyone is on the balconies. You can see various faces, of like men and women just like, oh, putting their hand over their face, and some people are like crying and like waving their hands like this, and some people are like chatting to each other, and they're all, some people are pointing up to where they think she fell, and some people are pointing to different places. It's gotten quite louder in here. There's no sound absorption in here, so there's just people talking all the time. So what would you all like to do?
Are there any other butlers around I can boss?
There is the butler Earl, who just closed the doors. There's the driver, who's also in here, that's still soaking wet, that you just
Let's go.
coin or just gave some money to. And as you look around, you see like 2 or 3 other people that are kind of similarly dressed to the butler, excuse me, but they're on various balconies.
I want to like gather everyone on the first floor.
Mm.
Fiddle, would you mind doing me a favor and scouring the upstairs floors to search for, make sure no one's hiding, and to tell everyone to come downstairs so that we can gauge
Mm-hmm.
everyone involved in this party.
Why, Cyrus, I believe you've read my mind. I was planning on doing that very thing. I might need you to try and keep their attention so I can go about this in a more stealthy way.
Yes, of course. I wanted to ask like either the butler if he's done doing like locking the doors, or
Mm-hmm.
the driver to go.
Yep.
So, would you mind going and grabbing a sheet so that we might preserve um the honor, or
Yeah,
what's the word?
Dignity.
I honor the
Dignity of our
Yeah, honor.
of a victim.
Yeah. The driver, or yeah, the butler is still trying like locking doors, and as you look over, you're looking at this person. There are a ton of locks on the inside of this door. There's probably like 8 of them, just various kinds, and like the chain ones, and very seems fortified for some reason. So he's still in the process of that. But as you look at the driver's still kind of wet, like nods his head, and he says, "Oh yes, I think I know where the sheets are. Yes, I can go and do that." And he kind of waddles off. What
we
a
heard her scream as she was falling, right?
Yes, yeah, it seems like the
Okay.
screaming was just the entire time she was falling, and it abruptly ended when she hit the ground.
Okay, so we know
Can
she
I
died from impact, right?
can I look at
Yes, that's what it looks
can I
like, yeah.
look Okay, I would like to go up to her body, and
Mm-hmm.
before I
Gang,
start
gang,
to
gang, what are
really
you gonna
inspect
do?
it, before I start really inspecting it, I say, sir, I want to very closely inspect your wife's body. This may not be easy for you to see. So if you need to, if you
Mm-hmm.
want to go somewhere else, I understand.
He looks up to you, a little bit of a mad eye, some teary eyes and a mad look on his face, and he says, "I'm gonna stay right here." But he
All right.
doesn't deny you looking at her or inspecting.
Okay. So
I whispered to Gengengus to not do anything perverted.
okay. Yeah. So upon initial look, are there any like stab wounds or anything anywhere?
Make an investigation check for me.
Investigation check. Let me roll that die. 13 plus. Oh, 19.
Okay. You do not see any stab wounds around as you're kind of trying to move her body around. You're hearing these kind of cracking noises as various, uh, seems like bones or just muscle has been contorted in such a way that it is, it still has a human form, but obviously the insides are definitely not what they used to be. in terms of quality. So you don't see any like cuts or lacerations from like stabbings, but you do see a lot of like bruises from an obviously very large impact with the ground, and because of that, there's like cracks and some blood seeping out, but nothing that looks like a stab wound.
Okay. So I didn't really learn anything there.
Am I currently walking towards a staircase?
Yeah, I'll say that you are able, one of the kind of alcoves like in front of you, you can see there are staircases that go up between the levels.
As I'm walking past people, I'm looking at their faces to see if anyone looks, if there's anyone who doesn't look like shocked or crying or, distraught in any way.
Yeah, roll an insight check for me as you're kind of going.
Oh, I got a 20.
Ooh,
My luck has turned, as it always does for Fiddle.
a natural 20, like you rolled a 20 on
Yeah.
the dice. Nice.
Yep.
Okay. Beautiful. The natural 20, you are seeing lots of shocked faces as you are going, up the stairs and up to, you're looking at everybody's face really intently trying to figure out if anyone looks guilty. I will say there's two people that don't look as shocked as you would expect as you are walking up. Not necessarily like happy, but certainly more deadpan than you would expect if someone, like if you all walked out onto a balcony and saw this in front of you, you'd probably be pretty wide-eyed yourself. You see this, this kind of half-elf, like this older, maybe like in his 40s, half-elf, with very dark skin and kind of this whitish gray hair man who is dressed not in as posh clothes as you would expect, kind of a little bit of denim like what you're wearing, a Fiddle. But a little, not just like jeans, it's more like, finely hemmed or something like that. And you see him and he doesn't appear to, and he has more of a deadpan face. And then you see this woman who has an abundance of jewelry on, is wearing this light blue dress and has, within the dress is embroidered with, looks like this very shiny, little emeralds and rubies and things like that throughout the entire dress, and is wearing like at least like 4 or 5 necklaces. And she, same, is very deadpanned, but almost has like a little smirk on her face. But like, it's very subtle, not in like a humorous way, but like in a thinking way. Like, when someone's thinking about something, they kind of curl up their mouth a little bit. It's like that. So it's not shock. So those are the two not shock responses you kind of see as you're walking up.
Okay, I'm gonna just take a mental note of that, but walk past them for now.
Okay.
How did you describe them again?
There's a half elf man,
half-elf denim
with
dress.
like very nicely hemmed denim, and then a woman wearing a ton of jewelry.
Now, is Blake going up the only staircase that would lead up to that level?
It looks like there's only like, as you all entered from this one entrance, it looks like on this one side is just staircases like underneath these balconies that go up to the various levels. It looks like those are the only staircases.
Okay, so I would like to be looking around to see if anyone joins the crowd from not that staircase.
Okay. Make a perception check for me.
Googinception.
Googinception.
Oh wow, dude, I'm killing it today. 21.
As you are looking at, there are, mostly everyone was at the balconies, right? As soon as, people kind of flocked to see what was happening, you kind of took a mental note of all the different faces you saw. It's like about 20 people. There's There's one person that, based off your perception, you're kind of looking out for people you haven't really seen before, and there is someone that walks out of one of the lower rooms, like on the same first floor that you're at, that walks out of one of the side rooms that apparently did not feel the need to come out during the very first, while all this commotion was happening, came out of one of these side rooms, and you see that it is a, dwarf man who's kind of taller, like probably like most dwarves are on the shorter side, probably around like 5.5 feet tall, which is pretty tall for a dwarf. With this big poofy beard that's like way too poofy for his face, but you can still see below his beard is wearing this very fine silk, just black clothes. He's not wearing any color on this. It's just this, black shirt and black pants that are very silky and nice looking. But he has walked out, and when he first walks out, he seems to be just nonchalant about it. But as soon as he sees the woman on the ground and all the commotion, he looks quite shocked, and then he goes back into his room, the room that he came from.
Mm.
What are you doing, Cyrus? Grim Whisper.
I'm on the first floor. Can I go talk to that dwarf guy? Was he on the first floor?
Or was it just me
Yes.
who perceived him?
You perceived it. Do a perception check just to see if you also notice it.
I see.
Or again, you could also point it out to Cyrus if you think that Genghis would do it. Yeah.
I did get a 23 on my perception.
Okay. All right. I'll let you take that lead, Sam.
If you want to pursue that, by all means.
I was just gonna go ask Sessar if he saw and or knows who that dwarf is.
So you go up and ask Pak about this dwarf that's over there. How do you do that?
I say
he's still looking at his wife.
I say, sir, there's just a dwarf over there who came out of a room and then instantly went back in. Do you know who that is, and what room is that over there? Would I be allowed to go in it?
He glances at you, and he glances over to where you're kind of pointing, and he says, yeah, that is, I do know who that is. I do know how that is. That's Jeremy, the horse seller. He's a fine gentleman. What do you mean he just came out of his room? Was he not here?
Sir,
he is sleeping there.
Well, sir, if you were in Jeremy's situation, I assume when you heard a lot of screaming, you would instantly leave your room, and you would want to see what the commotion was all about. Now, Jeremy does not come out until you command everybody to come out, and then he instantly goes back in his room. This is just very initial. I am not pointing any fingers.
And
I'm not a fan of this behavior, and I would like to check it out.
Yeah, he's kind of nodding his head along, and he says, he kind of mutters under his breath, but it's obviously loud enough that you can just hear it. He's kind of muttering to himself. He says, I always fucking knew that Jeremy would want to take me over. And he's like nodding along with what you said, and he gets up and he says, well, if you don't want to point fingers, I'll point fingers. And he starts going over to the room where Jeremy seems to.
Can I try to call out to him and keep him from doing this and be like, sir, this is very rash. This is very rash. We know nothing yet. We know absolutely nothing.
He turns to you and he says, I need someone to blame. And
I get that. Trust me, dude. I so get that.
He says, so why shouldn't I just barge in there and ask him? I can tell a man when he's lying. I can see if he's lying, if he knows anything about this.
Sir, you may think that, but you have two people that you're looking right at who are most likely better than you at doing that. And then I gesture to Sam as well as myself.
Make a
Please.
persuasion check. Oh, do you want to assist?
No.
Yeah.
I'll help him. I'll just
Yeah,
say
I'll
yes.
say you
Please,
hear this.
please leave this to the professionals. That we have, magical means of determining people's intentions.
I got a 15 persuasion.
Okay, and I would roll it with advantage, so roll again to see if you get higher.
Let's go.
Because Cyrus is helping you.
Okay, next one was a 14, so I'll take the 15.
Yeah,
Nice.
15. You see Pak kind of look between the two of you, still, fuming a little bit, and he says, you're right. I will leave it to you all, but that doesn't mean that I'm going to have my opinions about who I think did it. I think Jeremy is a ripe prospect, or not right, a ripe suspect, not a prospect, a suspect.
And I'll say something. I'll say something to him. I'll say, remember, sir, your wife fell from a couple floors above, and right now, Jeremy's the only person that's not us four who is accounted for being on the bottom floor. So he may be the most innocent of all of our suspects.
He says to you saying that, he says, well, Jeremy was one of the first people here, so maybe he's been scheming this whole time, and maybe it wasn't him, but maybe he's complicit with somebody else. Maybe, and he starts looking around at everybody. He says, maybe everybody's in on it. Maybe they've all conspired and they all are acting innocent. And he kind of looks to you, again, Genghis Khan, and he says, "You're not in on it, are you?"
Sir, I love this guy.
Genghis Khan, are you in on? He doesn't know your name. What do you say to that? He's kind of looking you up and down.
Sir, I take off my hat, and I say, sir, all I can give you is my word, and I take off this hat as a gesture of being open with you, as I don't take off this hat for many reasons, that I am in this to find out who murdered your wife, and even if it's everyone in this castle except for the two of us, you could take my word that I am not a part of it.
He is nodding along, and he seems satisfied with your answer, and he's kind of cooling off a little bit, and he starts to he says, well, that's good to know, and he starts walking away towards the staircase.
Can I ask him, Mr. Sessar, is there anyone here that has any sort of grievance or grudge against you? Other than Jeremy, it seems.
He looks all around, and he looks to you, and he kind of furrows his eyebrows a little bit, and he says, "How did you get one of my invitations?"
Me?
Yes.
Do you
Imitations?
not know who he is? Do you not know who he is?
Yeah. Well, he's looking at you, and he asks you this question. How did you get one of my invitations? He doesn't seem to be doing it. He doesn't seem to be doing it in like an accusatory way. He's asking it like it's as if it's a very normal question.
Well, I was hoping you would know the answer to that. It arrived in my mailbox.
You're someone of some esteem, yes?
Yes.
Yes.
Cyrus Grimwhisper, renowned detective.
Yes. He gestures behind you, everyone, and he says, all of these people, they're the same way. They're all of some high esteem, and they've come here, and I've done this for some status. I don't know who here is against me, but if they were all looking to kiss my ass so I can fund something that they wanted to do, murdering my wife was not the best way to do it.
I see.
He says, so I don't know how to answer your question, sir.
Okay.
Jeremy tried to be in the mining business, but I quickly shut him out. So now he sells horses. like a pathetic dweeb. And he kind of glances over at the door.
Dude, I
And
hate Jeremy too now.
yeah, and he looks back to you. He says, "And I have my opinions about all of the others, but I think everyone here would want to do harm to me in some way because they're jealous of me. They're jealous of what I've built. They couldn't see what the potential of having a mine in newly formed mountains could do. But no, everybody thinks, oh, I'm just lucky." And he's kind of talking more to himself right now. He's not really talking to you. He's kind of just glancing past you, just rambling on.
I'd like to wait until everyone is down here,
Mm-hmm.
to do my next action.
Yeah.
I'd like to go to Jeremy's room.
Okay, and we'll let's cut to Fiddle real quick. So Fiddle, what is how are you going about your duties?
So I go past the second floor. I go up to the third floor.
Mm-hmm.
And I go out to the balcony.
Mm.
Is it kind of like there's four sides of a rectangle that all have a balcony with the middle of the like.
It's like that, but it's a big circle. So this is just a cylindrical room. So it is.
Yeah.
There's a cylindrical balcony. Yes, it goes the whole way around.
So I'm just walking around the balcony. I'm looking at the railings, looking for markings, scratches, or something maybe in the floor.
Mm-hmm.
Maybe blood stains or something that someone might have dropped.
Mm.
Do I see anything like that?
Make an investigation check. I'll say that for this kind of nitty-gritty detail work.
Well, I got a 6, but I have +8, so 14.
14. I will say you do not notice any scratches or anything on anything. As you're looking really closely at all this stuff, there's not much of any kind of scratches on any of this. Really? And as you're kind of looking throughout all of it, since you are at this kind of like new abode, this has just been built, and this is kind of a debut party for the mansion itself. Everything in here is like almost in pristine condition. So since you're on the third floor, as you're kind of looking around, you do not see any markings on any railings or on the ground or any blood or anything that you would suspect for anything. But make a perception check for me.
Okay. I rolled a 3, dude. I'm getting fucking sick rolls.
Mm-hmm.
And my perception is also +8, so I got an 11.
Okay, 11's still pretty good. As you're walking around, people have been kind of clearing off the balconies after you all made the announcement to, come down to the first floor as people are gathering. You hear just the faintest bit of snoring.
Really?
Coming from one of the rooms as you're inspecting.
Okay. I opened the door.
Mm-hmm.
Or I tried to. Is it
locked? The door is wide open. As you kind of glance around, and you're looking at this room, and it is a very lavish looking bedroom. Like it's marble on the inside as well. Floor, ceilings, and walls are all this like very bright white marble with some torches on the side that are kind of casting shadows. But all of the furniture is kind of this deep, dark wood. So everything's very contrasty here. So it kind of pops out, and you see there's a large bed, and you see that there are, kind of these wooden closets to either side of the room, and little dressers and kind of side tables. It looks like a pretty nice bedroom. And as you enter it, not on the bed, but off to the side of the bed, you see looks to be a person, like a man or something, and looks to be in like a waiter, what's the word? Like, looking like one of the servants' uniforms. It looks like it's a servant, is the sleeping pose where you're on your knees and your butt's up in the air and you're kind of just face first into the ground, like if you were imagine someone like blackout drunk. That is
sleeping. Not okay. Yeah.
yeah, sleeping.
Yeah,
Explicit. Yeah, sleeping.
I'm
Yeah.
aware of that only for sleeping. Yes.
Yeah, exactly. But he is in that position while, his face is towards you, snoring incredibly loudly, like, almost comically like a snore. And he is just sleeping. It's just this young-ish looking guy in a servant's outfit sleeping.
Does he look kind of like my stepbro?
Uh,
I'm
yeah,
gonna,
make a perception check. Yeah.
okay, I'm gonna go up to him and see if it seems like it's a magical sleep or not, like magically induced.
Yeah, do an Arcana check for me.
Okay. Awesome, a 2.
God damn.
Okay, plus 5. I got a 7.
What are you using
Okay.
to roll? Oh, a website?
It's rolladie.net.
Oh yeah,
It's
you
gotta
got
switch it up.
you got to switch it up. That
What
website
do I
hates
go
you for
to?
some reason. I don't know.
Okay.
Google
Get a
maybe. I
real
don't
die.
know. Yeah.
Get a real rock.
Something like that. But
Mighty
yeah,
Boost is good if you have that.
yeah. You got a 7. You've seen some sleep spells or sleep potions in the past, these kinds of effects on people, and it is very similar to that, but you don't get any signs that it's definitely that. But it seems over the top, the amount that this guy is snoring right now. Like you're thinking to yourself as you're inspecting him and thinking about this, like there's no way this guy is just actually snoring like this. But the thought crosses your mind, maybe he's just actually sleeping.
Okay. I guess I'm gonna look around the room.
Okay.
See if there's anything suspicious. I know you said it's a very, everything's marble, and the furniture's nice and everything.
Mm-hmm.
So yeah, I'll. Is there a bathroom in this room? Is there closets?
There are little wardrobe cover looking things that you like on the side. There's kind of these wardrobes, these wooden wardrobes in terms of like closets and stuff. But in terms of like other extra rooms, there doesn't appear to be a bathroom in this room now.
Okay, I'll check the wardrobes.
Okay. As you open it up, you see that there are some clothes hung up in it. They look like very nice women's clothes, and you do not see. There's only like 2, dresses or various things like that, but there doesn't seem to be anything suspicious, and that's in one of the wardrobes, the one to the right, and to the left there is nothing in it. It's just you open it up, and there's some wooden shelves within it, but no clothes.
I guess first so next what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna try and pat this guy down, see if he's got anything valuable or suspicious. I'm
Okay.
doing this for the investigation, not for
Yeah.
myself.
Yeah.
So as I do this, I'm kind of singing like, trying to keep him asleep, peacefully, like, "Oh, sleep well, little child. Don't say a word," right? Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's like
Perfectly
a
normal
lullaby,
thing
but
to
when
do.
you're already
Yeah,
asleep.
exactly. A very normal thing to do.
Yeah.
Uh,
Yeah.
as you make a investigation check for me as you're patting him down.
7 plus 8, 15.
Okay.
Like, have you rolled a double digit? Like,
Yeah, I rolled a
that?
20.
Yeah, you rolled one on
Oh,
natural
that's
20. Yeah.
true, that's true.
Yeah.
It's because you said your luck has turned. You should
Yeah.
have said
Yeah.
that.
Yeah.
Yeah, I
Yeah.
should know.
Yeah. But as you are investigating, thank God for those high modifiers. As you're investigating, you find on this person, you find some. You find a little satchel of some coins. That seems to be nice if you want to take that or not. But you find a little small satchel of coins. You find what appears to be like a little tiny notebook, but you don't find any quill or any writing utensil at all, like any charcoal kind of thing. So it's just a notebook with some thin things, parchment within, and you find on this person a little tiny locket of one sort, like a little necklace. It wasn't around his neck; it was in his pocket.
I do take the coins.
Mm-hmm.
Does the notebook say anything?
As you open it up, there's only stuff written on the first page, and it appears to be a to-do list of various house cleaning items. It seems to be written out: clean, this room, clean, prepare, and some stuff is crossed off and things like that.
What is the locket like? Does it have a picture inside it?
Yeah, as you open it up, you see the picture of a pretty woman inside.
I think to myself, I say, how does a buffoon like this get a woman like her?
Mm-hmm.
And then now I'm gonna try and wake the fella up.
Okay. Do you
You're gonna
put back any of the items?
Your lullaby? Stop your lullaby.
I'll give his locket back. Yeah.
Okay.
And I'll everything but the coins. I put everything
Yeah.
but the coins back. Coins are mine.
Sounds good. As you kind of shake awake this person, it takes some quite vigorous shaking, but as soon as you shake him awake, it is some. He's kind of looking, and he very quickly, stands up, and he yells out suddenly. He's like, sir, what? Oh, and he's looking at you right next to him, and he kind of quickly stands up, and he says, hi, sorry, sir, I don't know what happened. What is there? I'm sorry, I will get out, and he starts to leave.
I'll stop right there, my good friend.
Yeah, he says,
Do
yes.
you have any idea of the kind of commotion that's been going on as you were lulling asleep?
He says, commotion. I do not know. I was, and he looks down and he like kind of furrows his eyebrows a little bit, and he's like, no, the last thing I remember was I was working in here, and I don't remember being particularly tired, but I must have fallen asleep. And he kind of wipes his face, and there's some drool on it. And he says, I'm terribly sorry about that. It's been long cleaning everything up. What do you mean by commotion?
Well, before I say that, why don't you tell me the very last thing you remember? Did you hear any swish of the wind? Anyone seem to run past you before you seemed to fall asleep? Or who was the last person you talked to?
He says, well, the last person I remember talking to, I've been just doing my duties, walking around, but the last person who actually talked to me was Mr. Median. He told me to make sure that all the rooms were nice and tidy, but that was some time ago. I don't know how long I've been asleep, but that was some time ago. Most people don't talk to me, sir.
Do you know who was supposed to be staying in this room right here? That you seem to take a nice long slumber in?
He says, yes, it is the Smith siblings. And I will say you know of the Smith siblings. You've heard their names as a singer and or a singer and a dancer who are siblings. A man and a woman. The woman sings and the man dances, it appears. So you've heard of them.
I think to myself, this is the room of the competition.
Yes.
And then I say, okay, well, I've got my eye on you. Just so you know, there has been a murder of sorts. And I think maybe you should go downstairs and do your best to justify your absence.
he, he,
Alone
he,
in front of the
That's
yeah,
a
he,
threat.
yeah, he pauses for a moment and he looks at you blankly and he says, I'm sorry, did you say a murder? A, who? When?
Yes,
What do you
and
mean?
yes, and it just so happens that the murder seems to have taken place on the floor that you were deeply asleep on. And I have not seen anyone else on this floor yet, so I think you might be in trouble, sir.
He says,
I'm
I.
not making any accusations.
I'm just helping a homie out. I'm letting you know. Uh,
Yes.
he starts to look a little panicked, and he says, "No, sir, I did not do anything. I, I will go down right away, and I'll make sure that uh, I did not murder anyone. I don't know what you're talking about."
I am merely the messenger. I am doing some investigation. If you are in trouble, it is not my decision. Good luck.
He
And
looks
I
very
pat him on
worried
the
and he
back.
starts to leave. He's like, "Thank you, sir," and he starts leaving. And what do you do? What else do you do within this room?
Um. So I checked. Did I check the wardrobe? Yeah, I did. There was nothing in the wardrobe.
Yeah, just there's some female clothes in one, no clothes in the other.
I guess I put a little bit of itching powder in the male's clothes.
Oh, then he sniffs the female's clothes.
Yes. The female clothes.
To search for clues.
Yeah.
So
Fucking-
my intention here is hopefully the Smith brother has
Mhm.
an itching fit on stage, and it makes me
Yeah.
look better. Oh.
Do you have itching powder on you? Would you say?
Yes, I think I always carry
Yeah.
some.
Okay,
Just in
gotcha.
case.
Good to know.
He does have an itching powder of sorts.
Yeah, exactly. He has itching powder. Okay, I'll say you're able to, maybe put some in the sheets or something like that, and
Okay.
you're able to mess around with some of the what appears to be the male's side of the room. And
Mm.
then, do you
My
leave
intention is
this room?
to
Yeah, you go.
yeah. I'm also intending to riz up the Smith sister later on.
Well, sounds good. These are the
I start
thoughts going
the
through your head.
mooing, right,
Mm-hmm.
and then I leave the room.
Okay. We will go over to uh, Genghis Kwan. You said you
Oh,
were going to go
real
to.
quick.
I'm gonna go
Yeah,
talk
what's
to
up?
Jeremy.
Or
Go
yeah,
visit
yeah.
Jeremy.
What
I
are you
wanted to
saying?
specifically
Yeah.
put itching powder in the clothes that look like he was gonna wear during the performance.
Okay.
If
I'll
there
say
aren't some of those there.
yeah. I'll say they were not in the cupboard, or in the wardrobe.
Okay.
But as you look around, there were some in like a little dresser off to the side.
Okay. Now, Genghis Kwan.
Yeah,
You're
yeah.
gonna
I'm
talk
gonna
to
talk
Jeremy.
to this bitch Jeremy that the guy hates so much.
So you saw him close the door as he went back in. What do you do?
I try to like I try to crack the door.
Mm-hmm.
I turn the knob and like open it like a couple inches. Does that
Mm-hmm.
work? Is it
Uh,
unlocked?
you are able to push it open, but as you're doing it, do a stealth check for me to see how
Well,
good you
I
can do.
don't want
Oh, you don't
because I
want to do
don't
it
want to
silently?
necessarily be stealthy. I just kind of want to
Okay.
open it and be like, "Hello." Like I don't want to
Okay,
knock.
gotcha.
I don't want to knock,
Gotcha.
but I want to
Okay.
open it and say hello.
Yeah. If you say hello, you hear from within. You hear, yeah. What? Yeah. Come in. What's up?
This dude, I hate him already. Okay, so I go in.
And you see
Be like,
the
"Hello."
dwarf I described. Yeah.
Yep. Hello, sir. And what would your name be?
He is looking at you. He says, "Well, I am Jeremy Sinet.
Okay, you
What
sound
what is your
perfect.
name, sir?"
Uh, the name's Khan, Genghis Khan, or
Ah,
Kwan.
Kwan. Yeah.
Genghis Kwan.
Yeah.
And now, sir, uh, I assume you are privy to the events that have taken place just a couple minutes ago out in the main area.
He he kind of nods and he says, "Yes, I did see the poor I don't even know her name, but her is Sir Pak Sessar's wife. I don't do well with blood. I I did not know any of this was happening. I was sleeping, waiting for tonight's festivities to begin. What what do you need of me? I don't particularly want to go out there and
I
see."
I understand, sir. It's not as if there's a ton of blood blowing inside you or flowing inside you right now, but that's okay. So,
Yeah.
this is just a routine questioning. It would be irresponsible of me as someone investigating this murder to not question every person to see what they know and what we can rule out.
And he
So,
looks, he kind of
sir,
raises his eyebrows and he says, "Murder? She was murdered?"
well, of course. Did you like or did you not see the stab wound?
She,
Nice.
he's, he, he
That where all
says,
the blood came from?
he says, "No, I didn't see a stab wound. I saw that there was there was a, she was lying on the ground in such a unnatural position. I presumed that she had fallen. I didn't know she was stabbed. I, I,
And you didn't hear anything, sir? You
I,
didn't hear anything
I was."
that would have indicated a murder? You didn't hear anything?
He says, "I was woken up by screams. Yes, but I did not hear anything that indication of a murder. I thought she just fell."
Okay. Well, so
Maybe she just
despite
wants.
the screams, you decided to stay inside this room and until Pock ordered everyone out.
He says, "Well, I didn't know if there was some attack or some drama, and I didn't want to be a part of it. It was only like a minute or so afterwards that he called for everyone to be out. Uh, it wasn't too long after."
Okay, when I wait, Steven, can you
Yeah.
remind me what my character learned about Jeremy from Pock? Like, does he
Uh,
live here? Does he live here?
he said that he said all you know about this person is that at some point he also tried to start a mining business and didn't do well, and so Pac thinks that Jeremy is like jealous of him, and so that's why he was so quick to assume.
Okay.
But that's all you know about him.
Now, sir, might I ask what you're doing at this party? How did you receive an invitation to such a gathering?
Uh, he says, uh, well, I am uh, a very highly respected horse seller. I sell horses of different for different purposes within Rambong. So I was invited up here, uh, and I arrived earlier this morning to get all my bags and stuff ready within this room, and I was that's that is why I'm here. Do am I suspected of the murder?
Well, sir, I wouldn't say so, but considering considering you're in a much different environment than everyone else, I think you can give us some unique information to our investigation. Now, Stephen, what's the room look like that I'm currently in?
It's like a smaller version of what I described for
Okay.
Fiddle. It's still a marble
But
room within
it is
here,
a
but
bedroom?
it is a bedroom, yes, and it's just got
Okay.
like a single kind of like full bed with like a single dresser. It doesn't seem to be very big.
So, sir, you are staying here?
He says, "Yes, I know the festivities. Some of the parties that Pock has thrown in the past uh, have been quite long, so I knew that I would have to stay the night. And in the invitation, it said to, all rooms would be accounted for, and this is the room that they gave me. So yes, I was planning on staying the night."
Okay. Now, horses. Has that always been your dream? Has that always been your dream to sell horses? Is that what you grew up wanting to do? Is your life perfect because you sell horses?
He says, yes, I've always loved horses. I think I'm quite good at breeding them and making sure that they are the best horses that can be found on the west side of Sumia. I'd like you to roll an insight check for me.
Insight. Let me bring that bad boy up.
Let's just say I think you're gonna pass.
I rolled a 4, so 7.
Well, he rolled a 2, so you can tell that he is not telling the truth. There's certainly he's certainly lying about selling horses to be his dream. That doesn't appear to be his dream.
Now, sir. The does Pock have a title?
He's just Sir Pak.
Now, Mr. Sir Pak Sessar would not have put me on this case if not for my detecting abilities. I can tell, sir, that you are hiding something from me in terms of your actual wants and desires. What would you rather be doing than selling horses and breeding them?
He looks to you, and he looks a little scared at somehow you knew he was lying and they're calling him out on it. He looks to you and he says, "Well, the whole reason I moved out to Rambang those few years ago was to try and start up a mining business, and I didn't succeed in that, and so I moved on to selling horses, and I've been quite successful in that. So I guess it wasn't my dream, but it's not. What does this have anything to do with the murder?"
First of all, thank you for telling the truth, sir. The worst thing you could do is lie to me, because I don't think you're a suspect right now, but if you lie to me, I might start thinking that.
I'm sorry. I'm just scared.
Now, sir, I'm just trying to paint a whole picture of Doc Cesar's life, because this may be attack on only his wife. This may be an attack on Doc. So is it would I be correct in assuming that Doc's mining business, or Pock, not Doc, I've been saying Doc for the past minute,
That's okay.
for that Pock's mining business is the reason yours did not succeed?
And I just love the image of the whole time. You're just wearing this fucking chicken hat. That's kind of bobbing back and forth as you're talking. He says, well, yes. When I tried to start, Sir Pak did already have quite an amount of control over all of the mines, but I did try and build my own. But he eventually he made me an offer to buy out my mining company, and it was the money was too good to pass up on, so he bought me out essentially. But yes, it did not succeed because of his. Oh, Sam's gone.
Sam left, and now Blake's cat on the camera.
Yeah, Blake's cat's here. Welcome.
Okay, so homie got bought out.
Yeah, homie got bought out.
Sir, would you mind if I looked around your room a little bit? It's just, I really can't let any inch of the castle go unspoken for, and there could be clues anywhere. Because if I were the murderer, I wouldn't want any potential evidence left near the crime, and so it's very possible it could be left somewhere else in the castle that I would least expect, such as the first floor.
Make a persuasion check for me.
Oh boy. Just Let me do it. 13.
He says, well, yes, you can do that. Of course, I'm just, yes, you can do that. And he, he kind of gestures for you to look around the room.
Okay, what's around the room? It's like a small bedroom or whatever.
Yeah, it's a small bedroom. There's some kind of fancy-looking clothes folded up on one of the dressers. There's some various, looks like, like a plate that was sitting there from maybe a previous meal or something like that. But yeah, it just looks like a standard room that someone has lived in for like a day.
Bookshelf?
Mm-hmm.
There's a bookshelf.
Mm-hmm.
I walk
Yes.
over to the bookshelf slowly, and I start pulling every single book. I pull every single book on the bookshelf.
Okay. And just throwing them on the ground?
In an attempt to open a secret passage.
Okay.
That's genius. Which one is it, Jeremy? I don't want to secret passage lever. Make things easy for yourself.
You do every single book.
Every single book. Yeah. Yes,
Steven's
sir.
thinking, fuck, how did he know?
Yes, sir.
D&D's the stupidest fucking game. I love it. You start just pulling off books. And do you say anything as you're doing this?
I would not initiate any conversation, but I'd be happy to respond to Jeremy if he questions my method.
Well, as you start doing this, Jeremy's like, what are you doing? Why are you, what, you're not looking at the books, and you just are pulling this stuff, and he's kind of just baffled.
I'd ask, are these your books, Jeremy?
He says, no, they were there when I was here, when I arrived.
Okay, well then let me continue.
He says, oh, okay. Now, did you close the door when you entered this room?
That's a good idea. You know what? Out of integrity, I'll say I did not close the door.
Well, do you want to close the door?
Well,
or do you continue to do this as this thought crosses your mind as you pulled like the first shelf of books off?
Okay. The thought, or I want to say that I'm at least focused. Like, I'm not so focused on the books that I wouldn't that like Jeremy could sneak up on me. But like, if Jeremy bolted out of the room, I would notice, but I'd be a few steps behind. I would not be able to catch him very easily.
Okay.
So I would notice if he ran out of the room, but no, I wouldn't like stop my book pulling expedition to close the door.
Okay. Well, Jeremy, as you're kind of keeping a secondary eye on him, you don't notice anything. But as you are going through maybe the fourth level of books, you pull on this one book, and you're kind of starting to give up on the fact that you're pulling books off the shelves, and you started second guessing yourself. And I'm like, is this just stuff you read in books? Like, why am I just pulling off books off this bookshelf? You're kind of, getting upset. At first you were thinking maybe it's really possible. But as you start to pull on this one book that is, as you grab it, it doesn't feel like all the other books. It has some kind of cloth to it or something. It feels stone, and as you pull back on it, instead of pulling a book out, it kind of tilts on its edge a little bit, and then all of a sudden, you hear this big, you hear this big sound, as all of a sudden, the you can feel as you're pulling on it, the whole bookshelf is kind of swinging open as a door that you can now kind of pull open. It's a very heavy door because it's a bookshelf, but it does come back like an inch and starts to swing. But you're in this middle state where suddenly the bookshelf is moving because you appear to have triggered something.
Is it like a Scooby-Doo scene where I'm getting like turned with the bookshelf into the wall?
No, it appears like the bookshelf is just a door, and you have unlocked the door, I guess I should say. But it isn't.
Is Jeremy still just chilling there?
Yeah, well, you've unlocked this door and it's pulled out like a 2 inches or something, and there's just this dead silence moment where you have realized that yes, you actually have activated some secret door within this room. And Jeremy is just sitting there, and if you glance over at him, he's just got these wide eyes, and he's just looking at you. He doesn't say anything.
Common Genghis Khan success.
Alright, so I look at Jeremy, and I say, "Don't worry, Jeremy. I assume this is the first time you've ever been in this room, and so there's no way you could have possibly known about this."
He looks and he slowly shakes his head and he says, "No, I didn't know anything about this. And he's just flabbergasted at the book. But right. I'll say at this moment, you hear from outside in the main hallway, you hear yelling out Sir Pak's voice, and you hear, "Is that everyone?" And you realize that he is looking around to see if everyone has entered the main area after this conversation that you've had.
I'll go to the door, and I'll say to Pak, I'll say, I've accounted for him. Make sure you have everyone else out there. I don't know. And then I close the door and I say, "All right, Jeremy, you are now my detective partner. You have been thrust into this role because I trust you, Jeremy."
Alright, I will.
Don't worry, friends. Don't worry, friends. I don't actually trust him.
Yeah. He looks at you,
goodness.
And he is just shocked at the whole turn of events. He just woke up, like we're talking maybe like 2 or 3 minutes ago, like 5 minutes ago, just absolutely flabbergasted by everything. So he looks and he says, I'll try to help any way I can."
You will, Jeremy. Jeremy, you will be very helpful.
And I will say at this moment we're going to switch over perspectives to what did you want to be doing, Cyrus?
Well, when everyone arrives downstairs,
yes,
I would like to make an announcement to everyone that I, Cyrus Grimwhisper, detective extraordinaire, am about to begin solving this case. Those of you who are squeamish may want to avert your eyes, as my methods can be considered taboo and uncomfortable for some.
And you see in front of you like 25 people, all various posh dresses that you've seen, posh dress that you've seen before. And you are looking at, they all look to you expectantly. Some of them close their eyes. Some of them are kind of like glancing over at the body. Has the body been covered at this point? You have a sheet. So. I'll say the driver's gotten you a sheet. Okay.
Can I step out to the railing and watch?
Yes, yeah. I'll say cool. It's up to you where you want to be, but I will say you've noticed. Make a perception check for me, Fiddle. Yeah. But I'll say you, Cyrus, noticed that Genghis Khan and the dwarf from before, you did not notice them like around.
I rolled a 14 total.
Nice.
Well, like,
It was an
14.
8 again.
wait, Steven, didn't I shout to Pak that like I got dwarf homie taken
Yeah,
care
you called out to everyone, so they know that you're in there. It's not like you've disappeared, but in terms of in this moment, the only two people not accounted for, it seems like, are Genghis Khan and Jeremy.
God, I kind of love
But
Jeremy now.
but I'll say for what did you got a 14 fiddle?
Yeah.
You notice you don't see Genghis Khan, but you see everyone else that you kind of seen around here in the room. Like you're watching this from the balcony. But you just notice that Genghis Khan is not around. But yeah,
Cool.
nothing suspicious about that. But you just noticed that in your head. But what do you do, Cyrus? You continue.
I uncover the face of the victim,
Mm-hmm.
and I step back, and I begin cast Speak with Dead spell. This
Yes.
sort of like green, pale, necrotic energy
Mm-hmm.
surrounds my arm and like eyes, and I summon this corpse to speak.
Okay, I will say, as this green energy surrounds your arm, it kind of slowly creeps out, in a waving motion towards the face of Melissa, the wife of Sir Pak Sessar, and he, as soon as it reaches her face, it starts to creep within her mouth, and as soon as it does, her eyes, which are kind of lulled open, kind of shoot wide open, like, staring straight forward, and in a very unnatural series of movements, which are very jerky and as if they are, robotic in nature. She's, her neck starts to like snap, and her body starts to move and writhe a little bit as she unnaturally just kind of bends up, and it seems to be supported by this kind of green energy as her head kind of snaps up, and she is staring solely right directly at you, Cyrus. You have seen this many times before, but it still is a little unnerving just the way that she died. It seems like her body reanimating to speak with you it's a difficult process rather than someone who just like got shot or something. And so as she looks at you and she says out loud, but because her esophagus is somewhat ruined by the impact, it is like a raspy, like, it's like the kind of voice that when like when smokers have like lost their voice and they have to like speak with that thing on their neck, right? It kind of sounds like that. Like it's like this very raspy voice, and she says to you, she says, "What do you wish to know?"
I say, Madam, who killed you?
She looks to you on her face not moving at all, and she speaks and she says, "I do not know."
You don't?
Shit.
She's, and that counts as your second question, and she says, "No."
Well, how did you die?
She says, "I was pushed to my death."
Okay, I think that's the third question.
Yeah, you have 5.
I have 5. What were you doing when you died? When you were pushed?
There's some dramatic pause for a second, and she says, She says, "Standing at the balcony."
Okay, last question. Let's see.
Do you think I'm cute?
I'm not gonna ask that. Do, do you guys have any ideas?
Yeah,
Friends?
I'll say in this moment as you're kind of pondering your last question,
I'm sweating.
Sir Pak kind of walks to so he can see his wife's face, and he says, he looks and he has wide eyes, and he says, Melissa, can you hear me? Can you see me?
The fifth question?
No, it's not the fifth question. It only
I think I
works
have
for
to
the
ask
person.
it.
Yeah, it has to be him. But Melissa does not, like, is only staring just dead straight at Cyrus, and does not respond. And he, asks more times, but she is not responding or looking at all, and that seems to make him a little bit distraught.
Okay, I have my final question.
You have your final question? What is it?
What floor were you on when you were pushed?
She says, the third. And then
Awesome.
as soon as she answers that question, her body very quickly just goes limp, and her body slams back into the ground as she was sitting up, and just a thud, and she now lifelessly stares once again up at the ceiling, back into her pool of blood.
I'm gonna cover her back up.
Yeah, okay. And the room immediately starts to murmur, once at the sight of whatever the fuck they just witnessed, and also at all the questions and answers they just heard.
I'm gonna say to everyone, as you can see, we've gleaned very important information from me, Cyrus Grimwhisper. I certainly not taken aback by the fact that she does not know who killed her. This happens to me very often.
And they're all kind of murmuring to each other. You maybe get like a clap or two, like, yeah, okay.
Rest
But
assured, Sir Pak, we will have this mystery solved.
Yes, and he looks to you now and he says, I don't know what weird magic you just did, but you better, if those are all true answers, I kind of wanna talk to everyone who was on the third floor at that moment.
Yes. Fiddle, you were on the third floor when you saw that guy sleeping, right?
Yes.
Yes, and I still am.
Yeah, I hope you guys are like shouting to have this conversation.
I'm gonna send a message. A cantrip message to him.
Okay. You hear within your ear that, and you can respond back.
Can you send it to me too? Can you send it to me too, or like send the information that you got to me?
So I have the spell. Where is it? I have the spell Animal Messenger. Is there any animal around me, Steven?
I don't think humans count as animals, so
No.
not currently. No, you kind of.
No rat or little birdie.
Oh,
you just said I can just talk back to Sam.
Yeah.
I can just think.
Yeah, you can respond to a message in your head.
Yeah, you can. Alright, so I'm gonna tell Cyrus Grimwhisper. I'll say, I do not see any evidence of nefarious actions up here, except for the fact that a young butler was asleep, face down, ass up, on the bed in the room of the Smiths traveling band.
What was his name?
The Smith siblings. I did not ask his name, but he seemed very flustered. I am not suspicious of his anything he might have done.
And
I do think he is going to be in trouble, though.
I'll say when everybody was gathering, you did in fact notice a kind of flustered servant join the group coming down the stairs. Cyrus, like as everybody was kind of gathering at that.
He did not seem to know anything and was just kind of forced magically asleep, is my guess. By any chance, have you seen the Smith siblings? If you could maybe spill a glass of wine on the brother
Do I see them?
on his trousers.
And I'll say that's the end of what you can send back with the message. But I'll say,
we'll reward you.
As you're looking around for the Smith siblings, I'll say you do know of the Smith siblings, and you can tell that there are two people right next to each other, or a man and a woman, half-elves that are that appear to be dressed in kind of flourishy entertainer clothes, and they're very matching. So you can only presume that these are the Smith siblings that you've heard about.
See. I also message Gungan, or not Gungan,
Genghis.
Genghis Khan, of course.
Retelling the information that I gleaned from my session.
The only thing I want to tell them back is ask any of the third floor goers if they noticed this dwarf dressed in black named Jeremy.
Okay.
We got a lead here.
How do we how do we make sure we should separate people into being on what floor they were on? But how do we know they're not lying?
Yeah, there's no way, because they all heard the answers, right? That
yes.
were given to you, Sam.
Yeah. Okay. Everybody except what's the guy's name? Not Trevor. Travis. No.
Jeremy.
Guy we've been talking. Jeremy. Yes, Jeremy. Everybody except Jeremy has heard these answers.
Okay. I'm gonna go through everyone. And cast Detect Thoughts. It lasts up to a minute, so I'm gonna go up to each person.
Okay.
And ask them, what floor are you on? And with Detect Thoughts, reading their surface thoughts, see if I can ascertain if they're telling the truth.
Okay, and what spell? What level spell is that?
That is a second level spell.
How many? I'll rule that you can move it between people, but how many second level spell slots do you have?
I have 3 second level spell slots.
So I'll say you can, if you wanted to expel those, you could use up to 3 minutes of going between people. There's about 20 people in front of you.
How many? Okay. How many people can I get through in a minute?
Have you done this before?
Mass detect thoughts, go between people?
Yeah.
I'm gonna say no, probably not.
Then I'd say you can only surmise maybe 5 people a minute. Depends on how fast people respond.
I see.
But you could kind of go quickly, and if they just don't respond, then you'll be able to. You'll just have to move on. Yeah.
I'm gonna ask people. Everyone, divide yourselves up into what floor you were on, and I'm gonna ask only the people who are in floors on 1, or on the second and fourth floor, and see if they're lying.
Gotcha.
Am I able to only do 2 spell slots if I do that?
Once you say this, you can see how many people you would actually need to question. But I will say, as you do this, as people kind of split up, not many people go to the first floor area, but a good amount of people go to the second and the fourth floor areas. There's only 3 people that go to the actual third floor. But based off your initial look around, there were more than 3 people on the third floor.
I guess I
Uh,
should have waited to divide people until after I asked the court.
The great detective is learning.
Wait, can you say what you did again?
I divided people up into what floor they were on,
Yeah.
and then I'm gonna cast detect thoughts 3
Mhm.
times.
Okay.
And ask everyone what floor they were on and see if anyone was lying.
Okay. Do an intelligence check. Not a
Okay.
skill at all, but just do an
Stupid.
intelligence check for me.
Intelligence. Oof,
Or
9.
maybe, well, how about a charisma check? So you can re-roll, but a charisma check would be better for what I'm trying to go for here.
12.
I'll say that you are able to get through everybody, and you are confident in yourself that you got the people that were lying. You know that there are 2 people that were in the second floor and 3 people that were in the 4th floor group that were lying about what floor they were on.
Oh.
Who are these people?
Do you ask them to move, or do you just want to know what they look like?
I guess just what they look like.
Well, 2 of the people in the second floor group are the siblings that you had just identified, the Smith siblings.
And you were politely requested
spill
to
wine on
spill
there.
wine on the brother's pants.
Yes.
I have not done that yet.
But but you still have time to. It's okay.
Mhm.
Yeah.
And so there's the Smith siblings, as I described them before, and then you see the jewelry lady that you did not really see before, but Fiddle saw before, the one that
Yeah.
had kind of a deep thought to her expression as he was looking for people that didn't look shocked. One of the ladies on the 4th floor was that, and then there were a man with a dark cloak on that kind of has this pointed hood up. He's been wearing his hood up the entire time. It kind of shrouds his face a little bit, but you can tell that he kind of has like a stubbly beard on, and in this cloak, give me a history check for me.
Her thing. Gonna be 18.
I'll say that you recognize this cloak as, there's a crest on the left side that looks like a monster hunting guild. A kind of a guild that takes bounties for various monsters that's in Rambang.
Oh,
and
kind of like a Witcher guild?
yeah, something like that. And you a man like that, and then you see and then the third person is a female gnome that is wearing a very nice light green dress, and has a little tiny staff that's like 3 or 4 feet tall, with kind of a green glowing top on top, like a light green kind of orb sitting on top of this staff that she has. And she was also lying. So these are all the people that were lying in various groups about what floor they were on.
Perfect. And then I'm gonna use Arcane Recovery and recover 2 of my level 2 spell slots.
Hell yeah.
Rookie mistake.
Yeah, I will say, is there anything that you do during this time, Fiddle?
So I guess I've watched Sam finish the ritual.
Yes.
And I mean Cyrus. Cyrus.
Are you done?
Speak.
Are you done sniffing? Are you done sniffing her clothes, Blake?
Yeah. No,
Yeah.
I was
That was a while
about
back.
that.
Yeah.
Sniffing
Yeah.
for clues.
Yeah,
Sniffing for clues.
If she has
Exactly.
almond smell in her bra,
Mm-hmm.
cyanide.
Cyanide.
That's true.
Cyanide.
Cyanide, notoriously a drug that's good at pushing people forcefully off of balconies.
Exactly. Exactly.
Okay, so Sam and I talked. I told him, pour some wine accidentally onto the brothers. They were ones that are lying about what floor
I'd
they
like
were on.
I'll mage
Yes.
hand a wine glass discreetly and splash it onto his ass.
Can I
Behind
suggest? Can I suggest something
Yes.
for Blake to do? Can I
Wingman
Yeah.
Sam.
So, like,
Okay, good. Yeah.
So,
I mean,
so
Cyrus.
I think, like, just to confirm that she was pushed, I think Blake should try to reenact the falling.
Yeah.
She told me. She told me herself.
No, but like we just can't be sure. So I think we should. Have
We can't be sure. The dead cannot lie.
Could I do an acrobatics check to land on my feet and
Fall
do a
from,
front
like-
flip in midair?
Jump off the third
This
floor
is
and land on
yeah.
your
This
feet.
is these are tall ceilings, so this is like a
Okay,
60-foot
I'm
drop.
not gonna do that. I'm not gonna do that. Okay. I guess is there any rooms left on the third floor that look suspicious? I'm doing one more walk around,
Suspicious.
listening,
Yeah.
opening doors.
Yeah, do a perception check for me as you're kind of just
Okay.
looking around the third floor.
Damn, another single digit. I got a 9 plus I
Mhm.
think 6.
That is the
Okay.
highest single digit though. So
Yeah. Okay. So yeah, I got a
yeah, 15.
perception. Wait, perception is actually that's plus 8, so I got a 17.
Okay, 17. Nice. Okay. Then I would say that you, as you're looking between the rooms, they all appear to be bedrooms. One of them is kind of a large bathroom, and it's not like a public bathroom. It has, kind of has this hallway that leads in, and then there's a bunch of branching, very, their own discrete little bathrooms, and all of the little rooms appear to be empty. Some of the bedrooms are in various states of, people have either been there or it looks flawless, like no one's been in there. I'd say there's probably like a total of like 8 bedrooms all around on this floor. And you don't see anything suspicious about any of the floors, but this floor appears to be mostly just bedrooms of various people, and some of them may have been sleeping here. Some have not been occupied yet.
I guess I'll go in the bathrooms real quick.
Mm-hmm.
Should I do a perception check in there? I'm looking around for, again, some items that might have been dropped, some stains of scratches, signs of a tussle.
Mm-hmm.
This
I'll
is
say-
piss.
Yeah, I'll say, you think of doing this, but I'll say to you that based off of where she fell, you can tell which side that she fell off of, right? It is in front of the room that, like the Smith siblings' room, where the servant was, sleeping and slouched over in the way that he was. So I would say that the bathroom is unlikely to have things in it. You can still go and look if you would like, but I'll say in terms of the positioning of all the rooms, it's like on the other side of the other side of where all the
I won't worry about the bathroom then. So I guess it seems to me that someone is trying to frame the poor butler boy.
I'm interested. Did Gengen relay what he found to me when I messaged him?
No.
Whoa, Gengenghis. Okay.
No, I wouldn't. I just want Grim Whistle Boy to know if anyone saw Jeremy on the third floor.
Yes.
Just anyone. Like, ask if you think or maybe ask the third floor people if you think anyone's missing, and if they say Jeremy, I'll be like, huh, I thought he was sleeping on the first floor.
Sure. I'll ask everyone
Hmm.
if they saw Jeremy, because I know who lied to me. I'm not gonna tell them that I know they lied.
Okay.
But I'm just gonna
Mhm.
ask, go around and ask everyone if they saw Jeremy.
Jeremy.
The resounding response you get from a lot of people is they have no idea who Jeremy is. And if you say like the dwarf in black
Horse guy.
clothes, the horse guy, they it kind of jogs their memory a little bit, and they're like, oh yes, yeah, I haven't really seen him around. Didn't know he was even really here. And so everyone, that seems to be everybody's response.
Okay. I messaged that to Gengen. Gengis.
I thank him and tell him that I have a little bit more in this room to attend to.
Okay.
So I will sit
Mysterious.
remain in
Mysterious.
mysterious.
Let's go over to Gengis Juan's
Alright,
perspective
so
real
I
quick.
want
So
to try to open
what are you
the
doing?
door
Mhm.
that I found, the bookshelf door.
Okay.
I guess I'm walking back down the stairs right now. Just want to
Yes.
say that
Yeah.
real
Just
quick.
get back down. Okay.
Yeah.
I'll say, you can open the door.
Alright.
Genghis Khan. And as you open it, the marble wall, the interior that you've kind of seen, appears to be just kind of this very thin sheet of marble, because the hallway, or the interior, as you open up this door, it is not just a blank wall. There is a small little corridor that opens up, and it is made of that same black material that is on the outside of the tower, right? This dark gray black stone. And as you are looking, as you open up the door, what kind of it goes in a little bit, this dark hallway, and then turns to the left. Like you see the back wall, maybe like only 5 feet in front of this door, and it appears, based off of where you kind of entered this room, the bookshelf was to the back left of the room. As you kind of opened it up, it appears that this, this kind of dark corridor goes to the left. You can't see anything just from opening it, but it does
So
appear that you found some secret passage of some sort.
Yeah, so it going to the left would be like away from the rest of the room, is what you're saying.
It would go along the left side of the wall towards the center of the,
Okay.
Towards the center of the tower.
Alright, so I want to signal Jeremy to follow me. And it'd be like,
he does.
It'd be
Yeah.
like, alright, Jeremy, we're on to something. Make him feel like he's helping.
Okay. Jeremy nods along, very wide-eyed. Is very, out of his element, it seems like.
Okay, so like, is it really dark?
Do you have dark vision?
Actually, no, I don't. Actually, hold up. I want to Here's what I want to do.
Okay.
I want to leave the room for a sec, and then I want to say, Jeremy, step in this room. I want to see if it locks from the other side. Does Jeremy comply with my demand?
I'll say, based off of all the persuasion checks that you've been rolling, I'll say he is hesitant but agrees. Sure.
Okay.
As long as you open it right back up, right?
Well, no, Jeremy, it's on you to open it. I want to make sure that it can be opened from both sides.
Yes, then yes, I can do that. Yeah.
And I will open it if you're unable to. And also
Gotcha.
maybe give me a little shout to see if I can hear you through the bookshelf.
Gotcha.
Okay,
he
so
says,
Jeremy
he
steps in.
seems much more relieved that he's not on the other side.
So yeah, so I put Jeremy inside the secret passage. I close the bookshelf.
Yeah, I
say like, okay, Jeremy, try to open it.
Yeah, as soon as the door closes, you are in complete pitch black, right? There's just no apparent light or torches or anything.
I wanted Jeremy to be in the passage.
You said Jeremy was in the room.
No.
Okay. Well then, if
Alright, I
Jeremy's
want
in the
Jeremy.
passage, he's not happy about it, but he can do it. Okay. But how can Jeremy open it from the inside?
Well, that's what I want to check. I want to check to see if you can open it from both sides.
Okay. Well, Jeremy gets closed in, and you hear a very mumbled, "Oh, I don't know how to open it."
Feel around, Jeremy. Feel around for
it's
quick.
it's pitch black. I can't see. Can you please open it?
All right, I'll open it for Jeremy.
You open it back up, and he did not look happy. He was like, it's scary in there. It's completely pitch black.
I understand, Jeremy, and thank you for trusting me.
Do you want to look at the back of the door and see if there's any way
Yes.
that you can open it? Okay, do an investigation check for me.
Investigation. 24.
Then I will say, you, after pretty quickly finding it, you can see where the book was pulled. There appears to be some kind of indent in the back of in the back of kind of this marble sheet that was seems to be attached to the back of the bookcase. There appears to be a little indent that if you push in, it also pushes out the book on the front. So it basically does the effect of pulling the book from the front.
Okay. I apologize to Jeremy for not looking for this earlier.
Jeremy says, "It's okay now. I feel a little bit better that if we go in there, we can get back out."
All right, so we're gonna go in there together in the dark and see where it takes us.
All right. Do you have dark vision?
Nope.
Do you have a torch? Do you have any spells that include light?
I don't think so. I should have.
What class are you?
Hold up. I did.
Hold it.
He's a wizard, dude.
I am a wizard, dude. So I probably should have. That's right. I made my character and I was like, I should probably have spells, and then I went to sleep. No, I do have dark vision, 60 feet.
Okay. Then that means I'll rule here that it is, typically you can't normally just see in pitch blackness, but I'll say just for this case, because of your magic chicken hat, you are able to see just a little bit in front of you, maybe like 10 feet in front of you. You can dimly see things. But Jeremy says, "How do you have anything that you could light up so I can see? I can't see anything."
Sorry, Jeremy. I do not. Just keep your hand on my back. I can see a little bit. I can see a little bit, Jeremy. Just
okay.
Follow me.
Okay.
You can trust me, Jeremy. I've proven that so far.
Okay. I'll follow you. And as you go down, you see that after you go down this corridor a little bit, there appears to be some stairs in front of you, and it's this very thin corridor. It's like maybe like 2-3 feet wide. It's not a lot of space to walk through.
Okay, so the stairs go up or down?
The stairs go up.
Okay, let's go up the stairs.
Okay. As you're going up the stairs, probably, judging by how long the room was in that Jeremy was in, once you get to kind of where you think the door was, right? There is a passageway that goes to the left and the right, and it appears to kind of curve a little bit inwards from the left and the right. It seems like you are within the walls of what you would assume is the second floor right now.
Okay, so we've gone up one flight of stairs.
Yep.
So what decision can I make right now?
You can either go to the left or the right.
Okay. I'm not able to see like the difference between the two.
Not from the distance you can see, no.
All right. I think I want to go to the right.
Okay. After you head to the right a little bit, you see to your right that there is a little hallway that kind of continues out kind of the direction that you came into this hallway, but just straight, there's no stairs that go up or down. And I will say that, based off of everything you can see, you presume that you are within the walls of this tower right now. And the hallways that you're seeing kind of follow the edges of these walls. And you are able to walk, and you can presume that the hallways you see are two various rooms within the tower.
Okay. So so basically I just get to walk around the tower. There's no bookshelf for me to push at like the end of a hallway or something, or no more stairs, or
If you went to the end of a hallway, after some looking, some inspecting, you do see some of them do have a very similar kind of, instead of being stone, it's this white cover with maybe the same kind of impression. You'd think it would be in the same place on every bookshelf, but it doesn't appear to be. For some bookshelves, it is the button is somewhere else, right along this white panel that you find near the end of these corridors.
okay. So I think since Grimwhistle guy told me that it was on the 3rd floor, I think I would like to try to go back to that fork and take the passage I didn't take, so to the left.
Okay. Yeah, you are eventually able to find some stairs that lead up to the 3rd floor level.
Okay. So I know it's really dark, but is it possible I could have perceived anything on the way up here or in the 3rd hallway?
Yeah, make a perception check with disadvantage.
Okay. So it's the lowest of the two?
Lowest of the two, yes.
Okay. Oh my god, you've got to be kidding me. I rolled a 1, so that's a 4.
Mm.
No, it's just a 1.
Or
Yeah,
is it just a 1? I don't know.
it's just a natural one.
Yeah.
Yep. I'll say your special hat can only give you so much sight in the dark, but everything appears to be kind of black and white, and it's difficult to tell anything besides just there are hallways that you're walking through. You can't tell any details, unfortunately. It's just too dark.
Okay. So then I go up to the 3rd floor,
Mm-hmm.
and then are there any choices to make, or can I easily find a bookshelf to...
There are many different paths. There appear to be maybe like, let me think, like 10 different, as you're kind of just walking around, there appears to be just around this entire place, there's stairs that go up and go down to the different floors, but there are these 10 corridors that you can kind of go down, and there are like white marble sections that you can see that you're presuming are where bookshelves are at. So you could go to any of them, basically.
So I think I'll just go to like the first one and then
Okay.
try to, like, I can see the impression that's similar to the one that I already knew about from the 1st floor.
Yeah, you'd have to feel around, but roll a d10 for me.
Okay.
To see which one you ended up at.
10-sided die. 6.
A 6. As you open up, or as you feel around in this one, you find an impression that's kind of lower down. It's actually like maybe a foot only off the ground, but you do eventually find it. And if you press it in, suddenly the door kind of starts to move forward a little bit, and you are able to peer into the room that you were looking at. And it appears to be one of the rooms that Fiddle found just earlier. A large room. You have not seen these rooms yet, so it looks the same exact way you described, but there are some like clothes around and various like, someone obviously has been in this room.
Okay.
Does Garrick sniff the woman's clothes?
No, that's
Not in
up
front
to
of
you.
Jeremy, no. I'll ask Jeremy would he like to do anything with with the items in this room?
Jeremy is like whispering. He's like, I don't know. What what does this mean? Do you think that what does this mean that we found these secret passages?
Jeremy, I have not figured it out yet. We are doing great detective work here, Jeremy.
He says, okay, yeah, I can, well, we probably have to go back the way. We don't want to just come out on the third floor, right?
Jeremy, this is exactly why you're my partner. That's phenomenal thinking.
Thank you.
Let's go back.
Okay.
Let's go back and maybe Jeremy, while we're on our way back, you can like feel along the walls and the floor and see if there's anything
Mm-hmm.
there's anything to there's any clues that were left. I know you cannot see, but you have other senses.
He says, I'll try my best. So you all are heading back. He rolled a natural 1. I'm not kidding.
Nice.
So he can't perceive anything.
Yeah, he feels along and while he does say this, he says everything feels very bumpy and not smooth like everything else, and you've also figured this out, like as you're walking through. It's not like a smooth corridor whenever you've like bumped into the walls, or like as you're walking on top of it. It's never been smooth. It's been very kind of rough stone work.
All right, so we're not gonna perceive anything, so we're just gonna go back to his room.
Okay. Alright, I'll say, as some time has passed, what do you do, both Fiddle and Cyrus? Fiddle, I say you've gone down the stairs. Cyrus, you've finished asking everybody if they knew anything about Jeremy, and they didn't even know Jeremy was really here. I mean, some of the servants knew of Jeremy, and just knew that he had gone in his room, or like hadn't seen him, but everybody else didn't seem to really know that Jeremy was even here.
I guess I'm gonna try and talk to the lady with the jewelry and the dude with the jeans.
Okay.
Those are not the Smith siblings, right?
No, his siblings
Yeah.
are different.
Is the lady hot?
Roll a perception check for me.
Okay.
Don't perceive her as hot.
Exactly.
I got a 10, so that is an 18.
Oh, an 18. Yeah, as your kind of lust sense kicks in, yeah, she's decently attractive. Yeah.
Yeah, so I am.
Just lust.
I do lust.
Just like in real life.
Defensively, you could say.
Mm-hmm. Yes.
So, obviously I'm going up to see if I can figure out if they know anything, because I could tell they didn't react like most people did. But secondary goal of this conversation is to maybe rizz up the lady.
Secondary goal, yeah, sure.
Secondary, yeah.
Can I roll like a acrobatics check to see how well I'm mewing right now?
Yeah.
Acrobatic.
Yeah, sure. Go for. It would be.
You're gonna be like a little kid and be like, "Hey, watch this."
Yeah, that's what I thought too. Yeah, I would do a persuasion check with how rizful your mew is.
Okay, good. Okay, I got a 3. I'm not on that D&D or that diceroll.net anymore. I'm just using the Bing dice. Okay, it was persuasion, so I got a 9, I guess.
A 9. Not your best mew.
Not my best mew.
Not your best mew, but it certainly gets her attention.
Okay, yeah.
And she's looking at you, and she says, "Yes, are you one of the questioners?"
Yes, my darling. I should introduce myself. I am Fiddle, the traveling bard. What might your names be?
Uh, are you speaking to both of them?
Yeah, both of them. Are they next to each other or no?
Well, the uh the denim guy is in the third floor group.
Oh,
And then this lady is in the fourth floor group, but
Sam knew she was lying.
Cyrus knows that
Right.
she's
Yes.
lying. Yes.
Okay. In fact, in that case, I'm only talking to her.
Okay.
What might your name be, my lady?
She says, "Oh, I am Gwendolyn Hanover. Yes. It is nice to meet you, Fiddle. I'd love a bard. Do you sing? What instrument do you play?"
Why,
That's a stupid question.
fucking stupid quit. My lady, I play all kinds of instruments, but I specialize in folk and Western music. Um, Gwendolyn is, might I say, Gwendolyn is one of the most beautiful names I've ever heard, and it's so just fitting for you.
Mm.
I've never told you that the way, if the stars shined as brightly as your smile, we
Mm.
would not be getting much sleep at night.
Mm.
Although, if I were with you, I would not plan on sleeping anyways.
I
Oh,
want to
wow.
use Mage Hand to pull down Fiddle's pants in the middle of this conversation.
Uh, do
Can I sleight
do
of hand
yeah.
like
I'll
Mage
say
Hand?
you do. Let's first do sleight of hand with a mage hand for me, Cyrus, and do perception check for me, uh, Fiddle.
Please,
My
please.
sleight of hand is a
Yeah.
21.
Oh,
21.
I got a 21 also.
Oh,
Meets
then
beats.
beats it. Yeah. So then I'll say you notice out of the corner of your eye as you're absolutely rizzing up Gwendolyn. Uh, you notice out of the corner of your eye. Oh well, no, yeah. Yeah, yours is the act. Well, I don't know how I should rule the DC in this one. Which one is the DC?
I think, personally, I'm
Mm-hmm.
trying to do the thing,
Yeah,
and
and then you're doing the action.
he's
Okay. Then yeah.
saving.
Yeah, I agree. So yeah, so I would say you win in this instance. So you do not notice out of the corner of your eye as you are rizzing up.
No.
You're
Come on.
focused. I'll say that you start to feel a tug on your pants in the downwards direction, and I would like you to do an acrobatics check to see
Yes.
what your reflex is to be able to pull them a little bit up.
I got a 7.
7, okay. Plus what?
That's it. It's 7
Oh,
total.
7 total. Ooh.
No,
I'll
when you turn this into a Rismo, it just be like,
Yeah,
your
yeah.
good looks have just dropped my pants.
I'll say do yes. What actually physically happens is uh your pants kind of drop down to around your knees, not your underwear. Your underwear does not go down, but your pants go down to your knees, but you're able to reflexively move out your knees enough so it can't be pulled down any further. Your pants any further, but make a persuasion check with disadvantage because of the pants pulling down
Yeah.
to see your rizzing ability with your
Okay.
first statement.
So, I have rolled. Oh my god! I got a 19 and a 1.
Oh wow, that is rough.
Golly, I hate
That
Sam.
is
I'm gonna
rough.
kill him.
That is rough. Uh,
Get fucked.
you've never been pantsed while rizzing, Fiddle. So you're kind of awestruck in the moment of you don't know how to react, so you kind of stop right after your
You're
riz
ruining our
line.
mystery solving.
I would get it back, Gary, but Sam had to interrupt.
That's true.
Mhm.
Sam actually kind of ruined it.
Yeah.
I'm sorry. I couldn't
No,
resist.
Yeah. I'll say
You should have
your
insulted me in the carriage.
she since you rolled a natural one, she is kind of shocked at the fact that your pants fell down, and she she kind of takes a step back and she says, "Oh well, Fiddle, you seem to have a clothing malfunction," and she kind of turns away.
My lady, I am so appreciative of you being respectful and turning away. Give me just a moment, please. And then I pull them up, and
You pull your underwear down.
I tie I
Mm,
tighten the belt.
yeah, you secure it, so no more
I've got
pantsing.
a really big buckle too. It's really big and impressive. The buckle
Yeah.
is, and gold, and yeah.
Yeah, very impressive. But she turns back around and she glances down. She says, "Well, I'm glad your pants are back on. What is it that you would like to ask me as one of the investigators in this very scary murder?"
Well, my lady, what so you claim to have been on the fourth floor. Did you hear any sort of commotion before the damsel fell from the great height and splattered all over the floor?
And she says, "Yes, I did hear some commotion. I heard a scream, and as I looked over, I saw poor Melissa start to fall from a great height. I, of course, was, and she kind of looks left and right, and she says, I, of course, was on the fourth floor, just at the balcony, and I could look over, and I saw that, yes, it was a man in a dark cloak that pushed her over.
Oh, what race was this man?
Uh, she says, well, I could not tell because of the dark cloak. It shrouded his face, but he ran back into the room that she fell from, which I don't know whose room it is, of course, but the man ran back into the room. I know of this for sure. Roll an insight check for me.
Roll an insight check.
Yeah.
Oh wait, sorry. Okay. I got a 1, dude. Can you roll for me?
That
You know
is-
what? No.
that is what you got to try a new dice website.
Yeah.
Try
How's
one that
Flip Caesar?
that
You
sounds
should
good.
open Tabletop Simulator on your PC and
yeah,
roll
true.
dice on that.
Could do that too, yeah.
I went to a different website, and the first thing I roll is a 3.
Nice.
Dude, you're cursed.
You're
Okay, I'm
cursed.
going to tabletop. Do I
I'll
just go with the 1?
we'll go with the 3.
Okay. Well, that's 3 plus.
Yeah,
Wait,
3
what am
plus
I rolling for?
insight.
Insight, I have a +3, so I guess I got a 6.
Even with a 6, well, yeah. You believe her after your pantsing situation. You were kind of embarrassed, and so you're not really focusing too much on. You're just trying to agree with her as much as possible. So you believe that she did indeed. You believe her story. I'll say that.
Okay. So I believe the fact that she was somehow able to see the person go into a room by leaning over the balcony or the railing.
I'll say as part of her explanation that she said she was across the room and was able to see all of this. But
Yeah.
I'll say you believe it, but not. You're still suspicious of that because you were on the third floor. You haven't seen anybody in a dark cloak. You haven't seen anyone who matches this description, and you pretty thoroughly looked around the third floor.
Yeah.
And you instantly went up there. So like you believe her in the sense that you believe that she believes what she's talking about, but in terms of reality, you're not too sure.
Well, I guess I don't really know what else to.
Wasn't there a man in a dark cloak with a monster hunting crest?
There was a man in a dark cloak. Yes.
Could she be talking about him?
I'll say it is up to you whether you would want to be kind of following along with this conversation, or just after pantsing him, going off and doing your own thing. That is up to you.
I think I'll just be eavesdropping because he
Mhm.
doesn't know it was me.
Yeah,
But
yeah, that's true.
yeah.
I'll say, you, as you're kind of eavesdropping, yeah, in terms of people in dark cloaks, especially ones that you particularly noticed because you could tell because of your detect thoughts, that he was lying about being on the fourth floor. That thought does cross your mind.
I would if Fiddle's conversation is over, I'd like to go talk to this man.
Mm-hmm. Is there
Yeah, I don't
anything
know what
else you
else
want
to
to say?
ask. So I'll
Okay.
just keep like doing small talk and Riz, you know.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, yeah, trying to recover. Understandable.
Yeah.
Yeah.
My confidence, by the way, still unwavered.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
Still 10 out
We
of 10.
we
Maybe
love
19
that.
and a half out of 10.
Yeah,
I mean, maybe 9 and
out
a
of
half
10. Yeah.
out of 10.
We love that for Fiddle. Okay. How about yeah, so you want to talk to this monster hunter person?
Mm-hmm.
Like I said, you see this dark cloak, and it appears to be a man with this kind of stubbly beard, and he is standing in this group, and he appears just to be kind of looking off, like he's not talking to anybody.
Do
And
I
do
know
you
like
approach? Yeah,
more about this guild,
sure.
or do I just recognize it as being a Monster Hunters guild?
You already rolled a history check, right?
Mm-hmm.
For recognizing it. I'll say you just recognize it. You know that it is, it is the biggest one in the city, if not the only one, or in the town of Rambang. So I would say that you know of it, but you don't know anything in particular about it besides the fact that they hunt large bounties.
Not like its name or like what I might call him.
Yeah, I would say that it is the I will say that in terms of what to call him, in terms of all of your experience, you know that they just generally call themselves hunters.
Mm.
So you would be like hunter, whatever. Like that's what their title would be.
I
But
see.
the name of it is the Dark Hunters.
Mm. I'll approach him.
Hmm.
Sir, I see that you are a hunter. I I have to say that's very impressive. Certainly
He's,
not a life I could ever live.
he nods. He looks at
Because
you
you're a
and he
bitch.
nods.
Yeah, 'cause I'm a bitch.
He looks at you and he nods.
What brings you to this party? I understand it's a rather exclusive thing where you hide as protection.
Uh, he he kind of looks at you for a moment or two, and then he says, "No, I am the leader of the Dark Hunters.
Ah.
So I was invited, as many leaders of our community were invited."
Mm. Um. Well, quite an unfortunate circumstance that has befallen us tonight. Indeed.
He nods his head to this.
I'm gonna cast the friends cantrip on him.
Okay.
Um,
What does he have to make?
I think it's a charisma
Mhm.
save. Actually, I don't know if he does make a save. I think I just get advantage on charisma checks against him.
Okay. Then yes.
I'm gonna say like you wouldn't happen to have
No.
any information about who killed our young sir's wife,
Hmm.
would you?
I would say he looks over at the white sheet that is covering up Melissa's body, and he looks back at you and he says, "Well, I don't know any more information than anyone else knows. I heard a scream from below, and I looked over the balcony, and there she was.
Is he lying?
You can do an insight
Can I
check
see
for
it?
me with advantage.
19.
I call
19.
bullshit.
Is that's Fiddle's opinion?
Oh, insight. Actually, dirty 20. I rolled a 19
Okay,
with
then
insight.
yes, I will say you, he, as you know that he was on the third floor, you know that he is lying in terms of especially looking over the balcony and looking down and seeing her. You do know that he is lying specifically about that, just from based off of previous information, but based on the insight, it seems like he is trying to He's trying to make up a story to go along with the fourth floor. So yes, he is definitely lying.
Has Gen
Genghis Khan.
Genghis
Okay.
relayed any information to us about the secret passageways he discovered?
No.
Have you? No.
Fuck Genghis.
I don't like being Genghis, dude. I don't want him to die. Just like Cyrus Shadow Fart or whatever.
Yeah, Shadow Fart.
I would never
Grim
pants
Whisper.
you. I would never pants you while you were
Grim
rizzing
Jest
it
or
up a
whatever.
woman.
I would. No, he has not relayed any of that information to you. No.
I see.
Yo, let me see that Cyrusi.
Mm-hmm.
No.
Yes.
I don't know what else to ask this guy. He's a little sus, but
He's certainly lying about
He's
what
lying.
floor he was on.
Sorry, you're talking about the cloak guy, right?
yeah.
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 But if I ask him like if he knows anything about like the secret passageways, he could just lie.
I almost don't want.
But also I don't know about those yet.
Mhm.
I definitely, or I guess you don't know anything, so I'm gonna wait. But yeah, I don't know.
I guess I'll...
I very much don't want anyone but me and Jeremy to know about him.
Gosh, I hate King Genghis Khan.
Why? Literally, why?
Because I want to catch someone in like a lie or something.
You can reply to my message in your head. You don't have to say it aloud. Did you know that?
Do you broadcast a message to Genghis Khan?
Here's
Yes.
what I'll say. Or okay, sorry, Sam. What are you gonna?
What do you ask?
Just it's been a while since I checked in on him. I'm gonna message and say any updates.
I've gotten some very valuable information. Let's just say that people who it's very easy to switch between floors. Like and you can do it by more than just the stairs.
Yeah, Melissa did it.
That's true. That is a phenomenal point.
I see.
Wait, actually, hold up.
Dude, that was
Sam,
insensitive. And
Sam,
it's
you
not.
can
Yeah.
Sam, you can keep doing your thing, but I just want to do a quick thing on my end. So like
Okay.
I'm back in homie's room, Jeremy's
Yeah,
room.
homie's room. Yeah, homie's room. Yeah.
So I want to like open the door and I want to say, is the body covered? Is the body completely covered?
It is.
Okay. And then so I tell that to Jeremy and I tell him to come out and join the rest of us because he's only making himself look more suspicious by not coming out. He can stay near the back. It's okay, Jeremy. I trust you. You have me, Jeremy. You have Genghis Khan, the chicken hat man from Gangu.
Yeah. He
They're getting a
hears.
little bit homoerotic, in my opinion.
Yeah, he hears all of this and he says, "Oh, okay, thank you. I with the body covered, I think I can handle it. I just if anyone tries to call me out, you have my back, right?"
I do.
All right. Then you both leave, and so as soon as you've sent this message, and as you are in the process of rizzing, you both see Gengen and I keep wanting to call him Trevor. I don't know why.
Jeremy.
I keep saying Jeremy, the dwarf, walk out of one of the rooms on the first floor, just as kind of people are just chattering around. But you both see him after Genghis Khan has given you this cryptic message of there are ways to get between the floors that aren't the stairs.
Can I go up to Gwendolyn in the middle of their Riz sesh?
Yeah, sure.
Well, she might not notice you because of my rizness, so maybe I should roll a check of some sort to see.
Yeah.
Bigness check.
Intimidation check. You
Yeah,
intimidate her
exactly.
so much. She can't.
She's too scared. What do you say, Cyrus?
I'm just gonna say, I just happened to overhear your conversation about noticing a cloaked man.
I cast Fireball.
Oh my god.
I don't.
Centered on yourself.
Do you guys remember when we sacrificed Kyle? It's
Yeah,
because
I
he
do.
did stuff like this.
Yeah, you say you overheard a conversation.
You wouldn't happen to see anyone resembling that with us right now, gesturing towards the man in the cloak, and now also Jeremy.
Yeah, she looks around, and she roll a perception check for both of y'all. I'll say, Genghis, you don't need to, because you're not kind of near this conversation yet.
Perception is going to be a 30 20 for me.
I got a 16 plus my bonus. You said perception?
Yeah, it's a 24, yeah.
Yeah.
Whoa.
Yeah. I'll say
plus
you,
8 perception.
Yeah, dude, he's kind of goated, dude.
Crazy.
Bard with expertise, bro. I'll say that you notice that she's kind of looking around, just at all the people, and as soon as she sees the hunter, she kind of squints her eyes a little bit, and I'll say you're able to tell that she squints for too long. Instead of like, oh, I recognize this person, it's more like, oh, this person fits the description close enough to what I just said. She's like debating with herself about doing what she will do next. And then she looks to you both and she says, yes, I don't want to call too much attention to it, but I think it's that man there in the dark cloak. It might be him. It was far away, but it was a very dark cloak, and and she kind of scoots over and she says, I think he's lying about being on the 4th floor.
Is that the guy that Sam just talked to?
Yes.
Yeah. And I know he's lying, because I detect thoughts to him.
Yes.
I know he's lying.
Thanks.
But yes. She says, Are you going to tell Sir Pak that that is your man? How are you going to go about this?
Sam,
Kind
are you
of
going
looks
to
to
tell
both
me
of you.
that he's lying about being on the 4th floor?
Yeah, if I haven't already through my messages that I've been casting,
You might have, I forget.
I tell y'all specifically who is lying, who I know is lying.
Okay.
Okay.
So you know
So
that
now
she
you-
is.
You
and
all,
he
all
is.
know who is lying.
There's also the Smith siblings and the gnome with the staff. The green orb.
With a green orb staff.
Green orb.
What is did I ask the tall guy what his name was? Can I go up to him and I just say, excuse me, sir, what's your name, by the way?
The hunter dude?
Mm-hmm.
He did not ask him. He says, Lysander.
Wow, very strong, very intimidating
Oh,
name.
Lysol.
I clean up the germs of the world.
Yeah.
Perfect.
Well, yeah, she asked, "What are you all going to do? Are you going to tell Sir Pak about him? And so he is the one who did the murder?"
Well, we haven't come to any conclusions yet. Just in the gathering information stage still.
And she kind of looks at you and she says, "Well, is my testimony not enough? I obviously saw someone in a dark cloak push her off, and it looks like him. So I think
Yes, well,
that's enough to have this all be done with, and we can continue on with the night."
Have you
Yes,
ever
well-
heard of lying?
surely you know memory is fallible. And so we're just pursuing all the ends. You could say.
she as you're looking at her, she kind of looks a little like not offended, but just like uh, flabbergasted that she's kind of being questioned in this way, and she says, "Oh well, what was she gonna say? 1 second, let me find my brain." She says, "Oh, this I don't know what you could possibly mean. This all happened like 20 minutes ago. It's not some memory that I can't remember. It's something that just happened." I'd say it's like been like 20, 30 minutes. She says, I for sure, I know I saw that man push off Melissa. And if you do not tell Sir Pak, then I will."
Oh.
Well, there's no need to inflame anyone's emotions.
Sam,
To
why
create a
said
what?
that she's lying? Like, why have you not told her you know she's lying?
I
What's
guess
the?
I don't want to like reveal my hand too quickly, but I guess in this case, to prevent her from going and telling Sir Pak, I'll say,
Hmm.
actually, madam, I have reason to believe by means of my prowess of divination that you lied to me earlier when I asked what floor you were on. So we wouldn't want to go telling Sir Pak any of that, would we?
She squints her eyes at you, and she kind of takes a step back or two, and she says, "Yes, you're right. You're right. We wouldn't want to tell anything, but..." She leans in close. She says, "I definitely did not murder her."
That's what we will find out, won't we?
And she kind of walks away. She does not want to continue the conversation.
So for the second time, I've cock blocked Fiddle.
I used Mage Hand to testicular torsion on Sam.
No,
Yep.
testicular torsion is a 5th level spell. You can't
Yeah,
do that
come
one.
on.
Yeah,
Dude,
but I'm doing it with
But he's
Mage
level
Hand.
8. So he's
Work
with
smarter,
Mage
not
Hand
harder.
though, yeah, with Mage Hand.
Yeah.
What are you doing, Genghis?
Well, so I just come back out.
Yeah, you've come into the room.
Yeah, I've come into the room. Like, I don't know how many people are here like total. There's
It's like
split into
25
groups.
people. That's like
Okay.
25 people in total.
Have we talked to any of the people who like are being open and honest about the fact they were on the 3rd floor?
No, none of the 3rd floor people have been talked to. No.
Okay, so I would like to go to them.
Okay.
And I guess I'll ask the 3 of them, are they together? Like, or do they know each other? Were they conversing? Are they a party? Yeah.
The 3 of them are kind of just talking at this moment, but you ask, are they together? Like, did they come together?
Yeah. Did you guys come together? Did you know each other before this?
They all look at you, and you see in front of you, you see the kind of older grayish hair half elf that Fiddle saw before, like one of the 2 people that he saw where he kind of had he had like a blank expression on his face. You see him wearing a the kind of hemmed denim looking clothes. Then you also see a kind of heavier set man who has a little bit of, kind of a goatee on his face, and he's wearing, a very posh looking frilly outfit, and he's probably on the shorter side, probably about like 5 feet tall. He's quite short for a human. And then I'll say you then see a woman in a black dress, very slim black dress, and she has blonde hair, and she is just standing kind of conversing, and they all essentially say, no, we all came alone. We had not met before this occasion.
I take the lady off to the
Mhm.
side to speak with her one-on-one.
I'm telling the lady Charlotte what
And
you're
then,
doing.
well, as I do that, I say, I do the tip of the chicken hat, and I say, "Milady,
Yeah.
I would like to speak with you privately. Would you mind stepping over here? We're still out in the open, but we're talking
Yes.
privately."
Yeah, and she says, well, certainly, yes, I'm fine with this. So you step to the side. What do you say?
So looking up, is it kind of obvious which which part of the balcony she fell from? The
Knowing that
dead
it's the
lady.
third floor, yeah, you can tell based off of where y'all entered. It was like right above where the front entrance was on the third floor. So yeah, you can tell.
So where was, or actually, I'll ask this lady her name first. I'll be polite.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. She says, well, I am Vanessa Winston. I am one of the council members for the of the council that governs Rambang.
Hot. Anyway, so where were you when everything went down? You
She
obviously
said,
say you're on the third floor, but what
yeah.
part?
She says, well, I was in my room when. Excuse me. She said, well, I was in my room when I heard a scream from the outside, and I rushed out, and I saw that poor. And she kind of glances over at the sheet. Poor Melissa was on the ground, and I saw the terrible, or I heard the, or I saw Sir Pak. I've never seen him this way, but just an absolute breakdown, which is absolutely understandable. I mean, after seeing your wife like that, I can only imagine. But yes, I was in my room.
Are you someone's wife? Or do you have a partner?
She kind of squints at you and she says, "Oh, yes, I do have a husband. Yes."
All right. Dejected look on my face, and then I say, so how soon after the scream would you say you were able to leave your room? How soon?
She
Like
says,
instantly, or after like 5 seconds, or
well, I had arrived on a carriage not but 20 minutes earlier than what I had, so I was putting away some clothes. So maybe like 5 or 10 seconds. Not right away, but I certainly heard the scream and thought I should see if there was any way I could help.
Now, as you can see, only 2 other people admit to being on the third floor at the time of the murder. Can you give me any testimony that implicates anyone else to being on the third floor?
She looks over and she says, "Oh well, I." She looks over and she says, Well, I do know that the Smith siblings, they were in the bathroom at the time, so I don't particularly know why they
Both
were
of them?
lying. Well, yes, they were probably getting ready for their performance in some way. Remember, there was a whole bunch of bathrooms. It wasn't just one bathroom.
Yeah, but
Yeah.
So,
They were in the same one.
anyone
Yeah,
else
exactly.
that you believe is not being truthful about their whereabouts?
And she says, well, that the she looks to the dark cloaked man and she says, oh well, the leader of the hunters, Lysander, I did see him also. Did see him on the balcony. I believe he was walking towards his room, but that was only but moments before, so I don't know why particularly he is lying. I saw him walk by the walking by the door, is what I'll say. But other than that, no, I don't know who else would be on the third floor. As I said, I was packing, but I did notice these people that were in these rooms, so it'd be odd for them not to be on the third floor at the moment that the scream took place.
I thank her for her information, and then I say, if you need any more help unpacking your things, I'd be happy to help you. And
Yes.
She says, thank you.
So then I want to question the other two at the same time. So I'm
At
like,
the same
"All right,
time?
who are you two fellas?"
Okay. And are either of y'all y'all have kind of, I'd say, finished the conversation with the jewelry lady at this point.
Yeah, if you guys
and
want
she's kind of walked off.
help investigate with me,
I
that's
guess
fine.
I want to go talk to the dude in the denim.
The dude in the denim? Okay.
Yeah, 'cause I don't know that he was looking sussy.
Yeah.
Baka.
And
Does, so.
yeah, Sussy Baki. And what about you, Cyrus?
What was this lady's name again that Genghis just
Winston.
finished? And she was
I
being
don't
Wait,
remember her
truthful.
first name.
It was
Last name
it was Vanessa Winston.
Winton?
Winston.
I'm
Like
already
I'm ready.
ready.
I'm already Winston. Yeah.
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 But yes, that was her name. But what do you want to do, Cyrus? We've kind of entered this conversation. You can kind of see Fiddle kind of beelining towards this guy in denim.
I'll go speak with the guy with Fiddle.
Adrenaline momentum. I don't want him near me. Fine.
Fine, I won't. Fine.
No, you
Fine.
can. You can. You can.
Tell Cyrus that.
You can, you both go to the denim guy, and we'll say if you want to join them talking to the denim guy, or if you want to talk to the gnome with the green staff.
Talk to
you
the
can
gnome.
also.
Yeah,
Okay.
I guess if they want to, or
Yeah, it's up to
do we
you,
want all
Gengen.
three question the two of them together, or?
I don't know.
I don't know, we can just do that for ease, so that we don't have to like take longer time questioning two people with different.
I'll talk to the gnome lady.
Okay.
The gnome lady?
Yeah.
Isn't
She's
she
a
lady?
female. Yeah, she's a female gnome.
Winston?
Wait, he wants. Wait, sorry, Sam. You want to talk to the Winston lady, or
No.
No.
who's the
Different
gnome
lady.
There's three people. One was the denim guy. One was Vanessa Whiston, black dress, who is the council member, and
I
then
thought you said there were two men and Vanessa Winston. Oh, okay.
no, it was
Okay.
a female gnome. If I did say man, then I wasn't
Got it.
trying to say that it was a female. Let's talk to the gnome first. And just again, Genghis, who do you want to talk to of the two people? Because they're going to be talked to simultaneously.
If they're going to be talked to simultaneously,
Both.
I'll go with Sam, since I feel like Blake likes to work alone.
Wait, Sam's going with me though, isn't he?
No, I'm with
No.
the gnome. You're going with the denim guy.
Yeah, you're talking to Denim. We're talking to the other guy.
Denim. All right, y'all are walk up to this gnome. It's this gnome with a like a 4-foot staff. She has a light green dress on. And what do you say to her?
Hello, dear. How are you? What's your name?
She looks at you. She looks like an older gnome, and she says, "Well, hello. I am Blair. I am the council wither. the council wizard of Rambang. What is your names? She looks to the both of you.
The name's Quan. Genghis Quan.
Ah, and she looks to you, Cyrus.
Oh, I'm Cyrus Grimwhisper,
Oh, yes.
detective extraordinaire.
She says, yes, very good. Speak with dead spell. I like that.
Thank
I've
you. It's
I've
my
done some
specialty.
I've done some investigations in the past, and it's been very helpful.
Sometimes they just tell you who killed them.
Yes,
Very easy.
yes, absolutely, yes. The common folk does not know the power of magic, and it's quite a useful spell. Eddie, how can I help you both?
I don't suppose you have any insight into who might want to kill um our lady here.
She says, no, unfortunately, I'm kind of disturbed by all of this. I was laying on my bed, just trying to get ready for the night. I'm not quite social. I like to keep to my studies, you know. And she kind of laughs a little bit and looks to the side, but she says, "But I I was laying in bed when I heard the scream, and I came out, and laying she was laying on the floor. I thought that I thought that I heard the screams from above me, but since she said she was pushed from the third floor, that's quite disturbing because that must mean that she was very near to my room on the balcony whenever she was pushed. So that was quite frightening to hear that realization. But I thought I had heard the scream from outside and above on the fourth floor.
So she was one of the ones who lied to me about what floor she was on?
No, these are all people that said they were on the third floor.
Oh, okay. The gnome
So,
was?
yes, the gnome,
Yes,
Vanessa, and Denim Guy
I see.
all did not lie.
Yes, I'm sure that was traumatic
Yes.
experience.
She says, I know you all are probably looking for someone, but I did not see anybody run or anything like that. I saw some people get out onto the balcony like myself to see what was going on, what the commotion was, but I did not see I did not see anyone suspicious running away. To hear she was pushed was quite scary.
Now,
Yes.
did you see anyone else on the third floor besides obviously yourself and the two people who admit to being there?
She looks to kind of the rest of the group, and she says, "Oh, well, when we went out onto the balcony, I will say that I did see Lysander come out onto the balcony as well. That's the dark cloaked one. I'm sure you've spoken with him. But I did see him, but everyone else I don't really particularly know. And she kind of laughs a little bit. She's like, I'm on the shorter side, so it's difficult for me to see far past the balcony. You know, I could only kind of look between the bars because the balcony kind of edge is like 4 feet tall. So she was not able to see much, is what she's kind of getting at, like across the entire balcony. Is there anything else you ask her? Yeah.
Oh, do you have you been hearing maybe like a mice or a mouse or a cat or a rat or some creature in your walls at all? There's been like a report or something about
That's
we're
such an
just looking
unhinged
into it.
question.
We're just looking into it. Like, have you heard any like critters crawling around in your wall? I don't think it has to do with
Critters.
anything, but we're just following up on all of our leads.
She kind of furrows her brow a little bit, and she says, "Well, it was difficult for me to go to sleep as there was, you know, the pitter patter of the rain was difficult to get around. I don't know why there was not any guards put on or shields put onto the top of this tower. It's so extravagant to prevent rain from hitting the walls. It was a little bit loud, but I will say I did hear a noise from within the wall that I didn't pay too much mind. Probably about. She kind of looks. She's like, she's thinking to herself and trying to kind of process and like remember back. But she says, "Well, I think like 10 minutes or so, or maybe I don't remember how long it really was. But before all of this terrible stuff has happened, I did hear a noise in the wall to my left that was some kind of clicking noise, and I was disturbed by that. So maybe these are the noises you were talking about. I don't particularly know, but I don't know how that applies to the murder at all. What do you presume that some kind of animal attacked her?"
We are trying to follow up on all our leads, and that's certainly a possibility. I appreciate you sharing the noise with us.
Cyrus has a confused look on his face as well.
And then I gave him a reassuring look, like, "Don't worry, dude, I got this."
Okay, Chicken Man.
Okay, chicken man. Is there anything else you ask of her?
No. And then I'll go ahead and do the mind talk, and I'll say, "Guys, I found secret passages in the walls."
So you want me to message you? Do you know message?
Yeah. Do you know the spell message?
I don't think so.
I want to message you because I think you want
I
to
think
say
you
something
failed.
to me after winking or reassuring me.
Yeah.
Yeah.
What did you say?
Oh, I said that
There's secret
earlier, guys,
passages in the walls.
I found secret passages in the walls.
Mm.
So that would have been useful information earlier.
Can I wait? Do I hear that or no?
I'll
do you-
relay that to you.
Yes,
Yeah,
Sam could relay it to
that.
you.
Can I
Just in the
mage
middle of your-
hand to stick a finger in a wet willy in Garrett's ear?
I don't know.
You're gonna lick the finger of your mage hand?
Yeah, I don't know how you'd get it. What Wall talking to Denim Man? Just, pause real quick. Denim Man. I need to wet a magical finger.
Yeah.
Well,
okay, I guess I'll do that later. It's fine.
I'll say we'll go over to the conversation because simultaneously you were talking to Denim Man, and what do you do when you approach him?
My, sir, might I say I am quite a fan of the trousers you're wearing.
He looks at you and he looks down at your trousers and he says, "Well, I can see that you also are a man that appreciates some fine clothing. I thank you for your compliment. I like your trousers as well."
And now they kiss.
Yeah. Listen, I am one of the investigators of this horrible tragedy.
Yes.
What were your first thoughts when you saw the young lady plummet to her unfortunate demise?
Well, he says, "Well, I was on the third floor, and and he kind of, shakes his head a little bit, and he'll say, "Well, I am the architect of this tower. If you did not know, I was the one who helped Sir Pak build it, and so my first thought, to be 100% honest with you, is hearing the screams of falling. I was worried that something had fallen onto someone, or someone had fallen off of something, and so I was quite worried to hear the scream. It's been a big pain point for me, to be honest with you. I've tried to build this house as structurally sound as possible, but on the first day when lots of people are coming around and especially going on balconies and stuff, it's quite a stressful day. I'll be honest with you, but to see that she to hear that she was pushed off, well, that is, he kind of pauses, and he says, well, that was shocking to hear as well.
Yes,
But-
it's just so. It's such a damper on the whole party. I did not even get a chance to try the hors d'oeuvres yet. So you were on the third floor when she was pushed. Did you see anything suspicious? Did you, by any chance, see her before she was pushed? Anyone that was around her?
He says, well, I was just perusing the party, talking to everyone, but I was speaking with, and he kind of looks around and he points to the gnome lady that y'all were, or that is being talked to right now at the same time.
Vanessa Higglebottom?
Not
No.
not Vanessa.
Not Higglebottom.
Winston.
Yeah,
Winston,
no.
yeah.
Yeah, no. This is the gnome with the staff that's being questioned right now by Genghis
okay.
and Cyrus. He points over there. It's like, oh well, I was having a conversation with Blair over there, the wizard, and I had a conversation with her, and then I left, and I had to use the restroom, and so I went into the restrooms there on the third floor, and as soon as I was leaving, I heard a scream, and I looked over, and I looked over the balcony, and there she was on the ground in a horrible position. I knew, well, and he, laughs a little bit. He says, "Well, I know you were there, so you saw what you saw the case or the state that she was in."
Tell me, how well do you know? Wait, what's the jewelry lady name? Sorry, I was
It is
reading
Gwendolyn. Yeah, Gwendolyn.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Tell me, wait, what's his name?
You haven't asked it yet.
Okay. Sorry, I forgot to ask. What is your name, sir?
Oh, well, I am Alexander Median, you see, and I am, well, yeah, that's all he says. He says, I'm Alexander Median is my name.
Alexa, please tell me how well do you know this Gwendolyn lady? I saw you talking with her earlier as well.
He says, well, Gwendolyn is, well, she is one of the jewelers in the city, and I know that they have. I know that she has been long friends with Sir Pak, and that's all I really know about her. Yeah, that's all he says. He says that's all I really know about her.
She was on the third floor at the same time as you know. Why would she lie and say she was on the fourth?
He says, well, yes, I was thinking the same thing. I don't particularly know why. I also, as I went into the bathroom, I heard the voices of some practice singing from the Smith siblings in the bathroom as well, and I noticed that they also did not say they were on the third floor, so the only thing I can really say is maybe it's, they heard the corpse say it was from the third floor, and they wanted to kind of, lie and get ahead of it, but I don't particularly know why they would do that, especially if they had nothing to do with it. For instance, I know that the Smith siblings couldn't have pushed her. They were in the bathroom with me, so I don't particularly know why they would lie. I'm not sure.
Now is Miss Gwendolyn spoken for?
He says.
It's important it's pertinent to the case, please.
Well, I do know that Gwendolyn is single at the moment. That I know nothing more than that, though.
And I have one more question for you. Do you know anyone who might have motive to push the fair lady off of the third floor balcony?
He looks to you and he says, "No, I've been trying to think of that question myself, and I don't I don't particularly know why. Someone would push off the balcony and, it is quite a conundrum. I'd like you to roll an insight check
Yes.
for me.
Okay. Oh, I can do it in tabletop.
Oh,
I got a 19.
see,
There
I
we
told
go.
you.
Tabletop.
Tabletop.
Mm-hmm.
19 plus, you said it was insight, so plus 3,
Yes.
I think.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, so I got a
Okay.
22.
Okay, 22. You can tell that after asking, like, who would have a motive, he says he doesn't really know, but you can tell that that's not entirely true. He seems to be dancing around that question.
Okay, I'm going to use charm person,
Mm.
and I'm going to say, I see. You say you don't know, but I don't quite believe you.
Hmm. What does he have to do for charm person? I think this one is
Yeah, that one's a save.
a saving throw. Charm person.
Charm person. Charm person.
Wisdom
Yeah.
saving throw. What is your spell DC? Yeah.
Do I need to roll?
No, it's gonna be 8 plus your charisma modifier.
Oh.
Plus your
my
proficiency bonus as well, so what's your charisma modifier? Plus 3?
Yeah. And then
Okay,
proficiency is
so
plus
then
3
14.
also.
So then 14 is your charisma saving throw DC. Wisdom. Sure, I got everything up. With a -1 to wisdom, he rolled a 14. So he gets a 13, so he fails the saving throw. So you regard him as a friendly acquaintance for the next hour.
Okay.
You kind of see his eyes gloss over a little bit as you cast your spell, and he says, "Oh, you don't believe me? Well, that you know me so well. You saw right through my right through my facade. Yes, I do know why, and just, and he kind of gets close to you and he kind of whispers to you, and like, just between you and me, he's quite, Sir Pak is quite an unlikable person. He has many enemies, but I think the enemy are the people that are closest to him are the ones that have hate him the most, if you get what I mean."
That are closest to him hate him the most?
Yeah.
Who's close to him? Gwendolyn? She's.
Yeah,
Well,
she is a
She
little
knows
bit.
him?
The only person that, and he said that Gwendolyn was friends with Sir Pak for a long time. That's all you particularly know about who is friends with Sir Pak.
Okay. Blair the wizard, she's a council member.
Yes.
She wouldn't be close to him, would she?
She doesn't seem to be particularly close now.
Okay.
Have we gathered to tell each other, or are we just still in Blake's conversation?
I'll say at this point, Blake, actually, with like how the length of the conversation, I'll say this is at the point where you get the message from Cyrus that there are secret passages within the building.
Oh, and I'm talking to the architect, so I say,
Yeah.
So, listen, wait, don't tell me what's his name. It's like, okay, tell me.
I need to pull it up too. Don't tell me. Yeah, tell me. Alexander Median.
Yeah. Tell me, Alex.
Alex, I can call you out.
You know me like that, yeah.
We're friends. He's been charmed.
Yeah, exactly. You are so
Um,
charming.
Al, listen. You think
Hey.
someone close to Park? This person close to Park might who hates him so much. Would they, by any chance, have knowledge of the hidden tunnels that you've designed into this fine palace?
Mm. He kind of raises his eyes because you're not like you're kind of close by to some people, not like if someone was eavesdropping they could hear, but he was he kind of motions for you to get a little bit further from the group, and he says, I don't remember telling you about those. But to
Oh,
You
don't
just so
really, you.
openly say it.
We
I think he's charmed. It kind of makes sense, but
tell each other everything,
yes,
Alex.
he says, right, you're right, we do that, don't we? Well, I did not. I the reason I'm so shocked is I haven't told anybody about those passages. Those were just a secret from me. Well, if you know about it, well, you're a good friend. I know that you won't tell anybody, right?
No.
Oh, yes, good. Okay, well, yes, I didn't know, I didn't tell anybody about those passages. So, but to answer your question, would the people that closest to him and maybe hate him, would they know about the passages? He kind of looks left and right, and he looks to you, and he says, uh, he winks, and he says, yes.
Did he just?
he he
So
kind
he
of
says no one knows about them, but also if someone were to know,
yes, he says yes, and he kind of winks to you, and he sits back, or he kind of stands straight up, and he smiles to himself, and he says, yes, well, since you know about them, you're not going to tell anybody, right?
No. You know me.
Yes,
I can keep a secret.
I would never, but yes, to answer your question, wink, wink,
Wink.
did this man just
Well,
admit to
uh,
something?
he says, well, anyway, do you, how's your investigation going, friend?
Oh, I think we've just gotten a big lead in the case, and we're getting closer to the answer.
Yes, well, that's good to hear, and I hope you reveal it soon, and so we can maybe have have a beer at some point. I feel like I haven't seen you in forever.
So true, Al.
So
Somebody.
well,
I
I'll get going, and he kind of just walks away, but has a very dazed look.
I guess it's time for me to go over and talk to Genghis and Cyrus. But first, I'm gonna mage hand to try and tie Genghis' shoes together.
Mm-hmm.
What did
Why?
Genghis do?
I literally told you about the
He didn't
passage.
tell me the message quick enough.
We're just mage hand fucking with each other.
What kind of shoes are you wearing, Genghis?
Ones without laces.
Velcro, please.
I'm wearing
Yeah.
slip-on shoes.
That's
well,
what they
then
wear.
you're
Yeah.
getting the wet willy then.
All right. Do a sleight of hand check for me.
I rolled a 14.
Can I roll too?
Yeah, you roll a perception check.
So 17 for me.
Okay, roll a perception check for me.
Oh, I rolled a 17 plus 3, 20.
You're
so
lying.
you do you do see the mage hand start to come towards your ear, and you're able to kind of whack it and dodge out of the way.
Okay, in that case, it's just going in for a slap now.
Roll an acrobatics check.
Why are you fighting me?
I'm not f***ing you. Okay, I
so
rolled a 14 again.
I roll
and
another
17.
perception. I roll another perception.
You roll an acrobatics check to see if you can dodge out of the way of it.
Oh, let's see if I can dodge. Okay. I rolled a 7 + 1, 8.
Yes.
Yes, you with your mage hand, you accurately predict Gidken's dodging motion, and you do in fact give him a little slap. Since it's a mage hand, it doesn't particularly feel
Yeah.
like that difficult. There's not a lot of strength
Okay,
behind it.
so
Yeah,
now
they're all
I'm
trying
gonna
to hurt
say.
the boy.
Okay, so now I'm gonna say, what the fuck? Why would you slap me?
That's for being so cute.
All right, I just ignore Blake and I go back to Sam and say, okay, let's solve this mystery. just go to Sam.
So
Yeah.
we have
I'm walking back over to talk to you guys.
Yeah,
now.
you
can't avoid me.
three are now talking to each other.
let's talk about what we've discovered.
Okay, so no matter only we can hear each other, right? I don't have
Yeah,
to say like
we're
I
going
whisper
off.
this.
Yeah, I'll say you're off to the side and you're confident that no one's
So
listening to you.
I'll say yes, I did find secret passages where every room has a bookcase, and in different rooms you pull different books to open a door which goes within the walls.
I
And
say, wait, just like in the movies?
yeah, just
What
like
are
in
movies?
the movies,
What are
the
movies?
things that don't exist in this world. And so yes, I walked along them, and they go up to at least the third floor. I didn't check to see if they go to the fourth floor, but I assume they do. Uh, and then I checked. I did successfully sneak from Jeremy's first floor bedroom all the way up to someone's used bedroom in the third floor. So it is very possible that someone could have pushed her off the balcony, quickly escaped into a bedroom, and then secret passaged their way to a different floor.
So every single room has one of these passages, or is it only certain rooms?
Well, when I went up to the third floor, I only checked to make sure I could go in one room, but every single entranceway, there were 10 different entranceways that looked like this one. So I very much assume that if not all the rooms, a lot of rooms are accessible via this passageway.
Okay. And the only one who knows about this rooms are the guys you talked to, is the architect who you talked to.
And now Jeremy.
That's what it sounds like.
And now Jeremy.
He
And
told me that he was the only one.
of course, it's possible that someone could know about them without him knowing.
Yes, I also make sure to tell you guys what Alex said about it's probably someone close to Pak that wants to kill his wife.
Yes. So motive-wise, we have possibly Gwendolyn Hanover, possibly this architect guy.
Wait, hold up. I want to ask Blake a question. Blake, when you went up to the third floor, did you mostly see bedrooms?
Yes.
Okay. I would like to go over to Pak, if I could.
Okay. Yeah, he is maybe
want
chatting
to-
it up with his butler.
I want to ask Pak. I want to say, so we've concluded that your wife was on the third floor. Now
He says, yes.
because our speak to the dead wizard wasted one of his questions, we were unable to know what she was doing on the third floor before she died. So, do you have any idea what she would be doing up there? I've learned that floor is just basically bedrooms. Is your bedroom up there? Why would she be there?
He says, oh, well, I'm sure she was just conversing with different guests, perhaps. I know that he says, well, to answer your question, my bedroom is here on the first floor, and he kind of points over to one of the side rooms, and there appears to be a door that's not, there's a bunch of doors on one side, and then one side just has like kind of one door. And he says, my our bedroom. And he kind of looks at her, and she's, well, I guess my bedroom is on the first floor. I'm sure she was just conversing with the guests. That's what I would presume what she was doing up there. Making sure everyone was settled. She is. But yes, that's what he says.
Sir, just I'm about to ask you a difficult question, but it's to rule things out. It's to rule motives out, sir.
Mm.
So is it okay if I ask you difficult questions that you are not going to like?
He says, well, I appreciate you telling me beforehand that I'm not going to like them, but sure.
How has how has your relationship romantically been with your wife in the recent past?
He kind of looks at you and he says, well, not particularly good, but if you're insinuating that she may have been cheating in some way, I don't believe she would have, no.
And why do you not believe that? Is it just pure faith?
And he kind of is, getting what you're asking, and he says, well, I guess it is out of faith, yes, but I've never been suspicious of her.
Now it does sound like you really believed in her, and that's admirable. But if I told you that she had been cheating on you, tell me the top culprit.
He says, well, to be honest with you, I don't think it would have been anyone in this room, and he's kind of looking around, and he says, well, maybe, and do a persuasion check for me. See how friendly you're being right now. Amiable.
Oh boy. 11.
He says, I maybe like someone that has been around in the mansion a lot. I don't think it would be anyone here because I don't think me or her really knows many of these people. To be honest with you, not too closely, not all of them.
I understand. That makes perfect sense.
Do you ask anything else?
Of him? Oh, is there anything missing from your wife's body, such as jewelry or an item of clothing she might have been wearing at some point earlier that you noticed?
He says, no, that was the first thing I was worried about as I was looking at her body, and no, I could still see her wedding ring, but she didn't really like jewelry too much.
Now, what about you? Do you have anything? Do you have any jewelry of her, like a locket, perhaps?
He says, no, I'm not too big into jewelry myself, but no, I'm going to, and he kind of holds out a ring in his hand, and he says, I'm going to keep this as to remember her by from now on.
Okay, and one final question. So this is your castle, and then so you've lived here a little bit.
Mm-hmm.
Would there be any, other than the stairs, would there be a way to get between floors that would be kind of less visible to other people? Or should we really focus on everyone who is on the third floor at the time? Is there any secret way of transportation that we may not know about?
He kind of squints his eyes and he says, no, there's no secret passages if that's what you're asking about. I think those are kind of annoying and can mess with the structural integrity of things, and I specifically asked my architect, and he kind of starts looking through the crowd, Alexander over there, and he kind of points across the room, and you can see Alexander's kind of just like looking around aimlessly.
So
He's,
if there were any secret passages, you would tell me.
he says, well, yes, that would be really key to the murder, because then all of a sudden you could, it wouldn't be just the people on the third floor. Are you worried that there are secret passages?
Sir, I want to come show you something in Jeremy's room.
He says, he goes, Jeremy. I knew it was him. He starts walking towards Jeremy.
Sir, I have no reason to think it's Jeremy, but I need you to come to his room.
He says, okay, well, yes, well, I can follow you. Yes, what do you need to show me?
Okay. I go to the room.
Mhm.
I close the door behind me. I open the bookshelf, and I do that, John.
And the look on his face is one of pure shock. You do not need an insight or a perception check to know that. It is, much like the shock when he saw his, the broken body of his wife. It's very, imagine you were living somewhere and then all of a sudden, like, secret passages were found. He says, this, and he kind of opens and he, like, peers in and looks at the passages, it sees how it goes down to the left, and he looks and you says, how did you, and he looks at all the books that are on the ground, he says, how did you find out about this, what, and he, like, looks outside, and, his eyebrows kind of furrow down a little bit, and he's like, that absolute jerk, Alexander, I specifically asked for, and he's like, he's so flustered. He's flustered with himself. He's like, what, how did you, oh my god, he looks at you and he's just kind of, he's flustered. Do you say anything?
I say, yes, sir, I was able to walk within these a little bit, but I can barely see. Is it possible for you to very discreetly get me a torch or a Litten device to use to explore these passages?
Litten device.
To explore these passageways. I emphasize how discreet it must be that Alexander cannot know that you know about these tunnels.
Wait, why do we need to explore it? We know that they goes to the third floor, right?
But
I guess they're looking for another room.
They could have left evidence in it, is my thought, at least.
Oh, okay, yeah.
And I tried to perceive it earlier, and I rolled like a 1. So, or no, Jeremy rolled a 1 because I told him to feel around for clues. But anyway, I was thinking that while he went to get me a torch or something, that you guys could.
Or a Litten device.
Yeah, a Litten device. Yeah, he looks to on the wall, lighting up this room is just a torch in like a holder along the wall, and he says, "Well, we could use this maybe."
My apologies, sir. I did not think to perceive that.
And he kind of yanks it off of the wall a little bit. It's kind of stuck in, but it's it's obviously meant to be removed, so you can replace the torches. And he says, "So why are we going to go through the tunnels? What do you think would be in these tunnels? Have you been through them?"
I have walked through them and have been able to navigate them, but if someone left anything in here, such as dropped a shred of clothing or something of the sort, I would not have been able to see it. And so I would like to go through them again with a Litten device, as you've given me. And I think it may be suspicious if you are gone for too long. So perhaps maybe you should go back out to the crowd.
Well,
And
he says,
once again, I must emphasize that you cannot let Alexander know that we know about these tunnels.
well, he kind of stops and he says, "Well, I want to. I haven't been gone for too long, and they're conversing out there. I want to see these tunnels. This is my house. I need to know what on earth is happening and why it was built in here, and I would like to see everything myself as well after you've shown me this."
Alright, so let's go in, close the door.
Yes, and you start going through, but we're going to switch quickly to over to Cyrus and Fiddle. You've seen, kind of Gengen, presumably show off the secret passages to Sir Pak. What what do you all want to do?
What do you want to do, Cyrus?
I don't want to question the
Cyrus,
architect again.
Mm-hmm.
Thank you. With detect thoughts.
Mhm.
Hold on, let me pull it up. So I'm
I
gonna
think
go
I'm
up to.
I'll watch, yeah. But I'm also scanning the room to find like the hottest ladies.
Mm-hmm.
This is taking so long. Please, I'm gonna go flirt.
I'm just watching her right now while I'm with Cyrus.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
I'm gonna cast detect thoughts. Only talking to Alexander.
Okay. What do you say to Alexander?
I'm gonna ask him. So it says I can read his surface thoughts, no problem. If I
Yep.
want to probe deeper, he needs to make a wisdom save.
Yes.
So if I'm probing deeper, then by all
That
means
is
make
that
him
that
make him
is
save.
yeah. That is up to you. Yep.
I'm gonna ask him. So like, you know what? Actually, can I have? Is your charm person still active?
Yeah.
It is currently active. It'll be active for the next hour.
Why don't we do this together then?
Okay. Yeah, I'm with you. I'm just still looking at the Smith sister.
Yeah, for sure.
I'm planning my riz, but I'm a multitasker.
Okay.
Mm-hmm.
I'm before we go in, I'm gonna whisper to Fiddle and say, ask him more about like why he constructed these hidden passageways, who he constructed them for, and yeah, just generally what purpose they serve.
Mm-hmm.
And I'll be there reading his mind.
I just grabbed 2 glasses of champagne of beers,
Mm-hmm.
and I'm walking over to him, and I'm holding one to Alex.
All right.
Alex, good fellow.
Yes.
I've brought you the finest drink in the land.
Yes.
Please talk with your good old friend.
Yes. These are our favorite drinks. Yes.
Champagne of beer.
I like your pants, like I said before.
What was that?
I like your pants. Solid pants.
Yes. I remember we won them last year at the summer festival on the coast.
Yes. Yes.
Very champagnes of beers.
Yes. Good memories. Yes. Well, what would you like to talk about, as we have done so many times?
I'm just so fascinated by the secret tunnels that you've installed in the palace.
So loud.
Yeah, how loudly are you saying this?
What inspired you to build them in the first place, especially without the knowledge of the contractor?
How loud are you saying this?
Not very.
Have you kind of brought him to the side?
Yeah.
And I'll say,
am I giving? Oh, Sam is detecting thoughts like across the room.
yeah.
I'm
So
next to you.
You're next to me. Yeah.
you
Also,
see,
Alex, have you met my good friend? What's his name? Fart Fiddlesticks.
Cyrus Grimwhisper.
Cyrus.
he said,
I shake his hand. Hi, Cyrus Grimwhisper, renowned detective.
Cyrus Whisper.
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 I'll say we'll do the introductions, but I will say, roll a intelligence check for me, Fiddle.
Yes, I will. 8 plus 3.
Okay, an 11. I'll say this. You do remember that he did not want you telling anybody else about the secret tunnels, because he didn't know how you knew about it. So I will say that in terms of the order of things, we'll do introductions, and then if you would like to, playing as Fiddle, you can bring up the secret passages if you want, but Cyrus is standing right there, and you think to yourself that Alexander would probably not like that.
Should I?
Yeah.
but he he kind of looks to you, and he looks to you, Cyrus, introducing yourself, and he says, "Oh yes, yes, Cyrus, yes, you have been investigating the murder alongside my good friend Fiddle. What?
Yes.
Any good leads so far? I hope you're going to catch the culprit."
Nothing so far really.
Hmm.
My one real trick is to speak with the victim itself, and
Well, you
didn't
got a
yield a
lot of
whole lot.
you got lots of information. Third floor and being pushed. These are all things that I certainly didn't know.
Yes, I suppose you're right. I suppose I should look at the glasses half full. You're right.
You're right. I
You know
am
what?
still a great detective.
I'm gonna go. I'm gonna go put some thoughts together and clear my mind over
Hmm.
there. I
Yes.
think.
Mm-hmm.
Um, Nice to meet
Okay.
you.
Yes. Okay.
But then I'll
And
stand a little bit of ways.
okay, you stand a ways, and what do you say, Fiddle?
Alex, please join me over here in the corner. I do not want others to overhear our conversation.
Yes,
Um,
very smart.
so I'm just so curious about your motivation for installing the secret passageways. Please,
He's
especially after the lord of the castle insisted on no secret passageways at all. What inspired you to do so?
well, he says, "Oh well, as you uh very well may know, Fiddle, as we've talked about it many times in our champagne and beer chats, I do
Ooh.
not particularly like Sir Pak too much. He's a bit of an asshole, which I think everyone, and maybe even him, if he's self-aware enough, would agree with. And so he told me not to do it, and well, I don't like being told not what to do. Fiddle, you know this very well, and so I did it anyway, and I installed various things that he didn't ask for, things he doesn't know about. I wanted to kind of see if I could do it. I've never done it. I've built so many, and he kind of stands up and looks up, and he's like, I've built so many. I've built so many of these things, or so many mansions, but I've never built one with secret passageways and maybe even traps or something like that. So I didn't want to, I didn't want to pass up the opportunity, especially when, a bit of a jerk told me not to.
You say traps or something like that. What are these traps inside the tunnel? Are they out in the open? Come on,
Uh,
you've got to tell your friend Phil more.
he says, "Well, that's only information that's I'd like to keep just between my two ears, if you get my saying."
You know I'm not going to tell anyone. Who can keep a secret better than me?
I would like to probe deeper into his mind.
Yes. Yeah.
So he needs to beat a 15 on his wisdom save.
Okay.
Um,
And
and I, as a divination wizard, have portent. So I'm gonna give him an 8. That's what he rolls.
Oh,
you can just make him roll an 8.
I can make him roll an 8.
I
I
love it.
rolled 2 d20s at the start of this,
Mm-hmm.
and I can at any moment tell someone. I can give myself that roll,
Mm-hmm.
or give someone else that. And I rolled a 14 and an 8,
Hell yeah.
so he
All
gets
right.
the 8.
Then he gets an 8, and that's what he rolls, so he still adds on a modifier.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, but he still does not make it because, as I said before, he has a -1 wisdom. You probe deeper into his thoughts.
I
As
can
he's.
glean things like uh, its emotional state, its like reasoning, and something that like looms over its mind,
Mm-hmm.
like worries over, loves or hates.
Mm-hmm. He is. He is elated by, as you're probing deeper into his mind, the overwhelming emotion that you feel is kind of elation. You can kind of tell that it's kind of clouded over because of the charm person spell, but you can still
Mm.
tell that it is elation at the current circumstance. But what you also sense, that is kind of the surface level reading. But as you probe deeper, you can tell that he is kind of upset with himself because he didn't. This is not what he was planning on. I'll put it that way. As you probe deeper, you get that sense that yes, the circumstances, he is happy with the current set of circumstances, but he is upset with himself for some reason because it is not going to his plan. But for you, so that's what you get from probing deeper.
So like the circumstances of his wife being dead, or
not his wife being dead, but yes, Sir
like
Pak's being dead.
Sir Pak's wife. Okay.
Yes. Yeah, he doesn't
But
seem to be
things didn't
too
go
morbid about it.
according to plan.
Yes, he doesn't seem to. He's still upset himself, but that's a deep feeling. It's not a surface level feeling.
Right.
For you, Fiddle, I'd like you to roll a persuasion check as you're saying, "Oh, but I'm your oldest friend."
Yes, you can trust me better than anyone.
Mm-hmm. Yep.
And I roll a 4 plus perception. I got 8, I think. Or persuasion. Persuasion. I got 6, so I got a 10.
Okay, a 10. He says, No, you know that I like to build elaborate contraptions, and that's all you really need to know. You don't need to know where or what they are. No worries, but you know me. You know the kinds of things that I would like to build.
Do I see any of these things, like in his head?
You're still probed deep. Can you continue to do that?
I think so. The spell lasts for a minute.
Mm-hmm.
And I think once I probe deep, I can do that until the spell ends.
Gotcha. Then I will say you do. He is thinking of. He is thinking of a.
Oh, he can make saves. Oh wait, no. If he succeeds, yeah, he can. Either way, he knows I'm probing his mind, and unless I shift my attention, the creature can use his action on its turn to make an intelligence check contested by mine to end the spell. So I guess every 6 or so seconds until the spell ends.
I'll say
can
because he's
He also
charmed,
knows
he
I'm in
didn't.
here.
Yeah, because he's charmed, he hasn't really detected it yet. But let's do an
Okay.
intelligence, contested roll.
Oof.
Roll your intelligence.
I rolled a 9.
You rolled a 13. He does sense in his head that he shouldn't be thinking things, and he kind of shuts you out quickly, and you're no longer within his head. But in this moment, he does hear, he kind of senses this and is confused for a moment, and he kind of stops after saying all of the comments about his traps and stuff, and he looks at you, Fiddle, and he says, "Sorry, my something feels wrong in my head. I need to take a minute to myself, if you please."
We're just fucking up this guy's psyche, charming him and probing deep into his mind.
He says, "But we'll continue our conversations in a moment." And he kind of walks.
Yes, you know where to find me.
He kind of walks over to the center of the room.
Okay, so I guess I'm gonna walk back over to to Siren, Ball Pisser, and talk to him.
So I'll reveal what I learned about him feeling happy actually about the current situation with the wife being dead, but that disappointed in himself that things didn't go according to his plan.
Mhm.
Listen, I think we have enough here to that if we just want to end the case and get the cash reward, we can probably just turn Al over to Pak.
Well,
And if we do it quickly, we might be able to do so without having to split any of it with Gengengisgen. Gen.
I like
Yeah.
the way you think.
You guys literally saw me walk away with Pak. You
Yeah,
guys
Pak
aren't
is
talking
not
about
around.
without.
Well, but the thing is, they're gonna come back, and we can just. I'm just saying, do you want to agree together? To
Yes,
just,
I do.
yeah, when Pak gets back.
Okay. Well, we will switch over to Pak and Genghis Khan walking through the halls.
Gen.
Yeah, to try to to try to speed things up. Just basically, I'm going up the stairs to the third floor,
Mhm.
looking around the stairs on the third floor for any clues or anything like maybe like a lack of dust on a certain bookshelf thing that implies that that one was used or something like
Mhm.
that. Yeah.
Well, you don't need perception checks at all. I'll tell you this. As you're walking through these halls, you see, kind of in cubbies within the walls, like various grooves within the stone. As you're walking, it's all this dark stone, and it's not smoothed over at all. It's very roughly kind of carved out, and you see all these cubbies within the walls and things like that. And you see there are tools, various maybe some materials and stuff, some wood, hammers, screws, nails, carpentry materials, masonry materials, like maybe a small bucket of stuff. It is like not throughout the entire like hallways, but certainly at certain points in time there are these tools that you find within the hallways. And I will say that on the third floor, as you go up and see all these tools, Pak is getting more and more agitated by the fact that Alexander did all of this. And he says, what on earth were they doing here? What on earth was Alexander doing with all of? Why does he have these secret passages? I told him not to, but not only that, but there's not just these passages. There's all of these tools and things that he said he took so long on this project because there were so many different things that he had to do, but it's really that always baffled me because it was just such a simple design. I just wanted a tower. I don't know what to tell you, just a tower with some balconies and a room and a nice pretty chandelier. That's all I asked for, and that's what I thought that I got, but it took so much longer, and it's now connecting in my head that maybe he was building these rooms, and who knows what else he was building.
Okay, so that's all I've perceived for now.
For right now, you just see a bunch of tools, and he is kind of blabbering on about how it took Alexander so long to build this simple structure.
Okay, so now I want to like try to walk around to every potential door that's in the third floor.
Yeah.
Anything to notice there? To investigate or perceive?
Yeah, do an investigation check for me.
Investigation. 23.
Oh, hell yeah. I'll say that one, you're looking at the various doors, and like you're saying, looking for dust and things like that. Some of the doors obviously have not been kind of walked through. I mean, as you walk in and walk out of it, there is just some dust, like your own dust footsteps have kind of led to it. And so now that you can look at, these footsteps, you do notice that one of the doors does not have as much dust. It's obviously someone has walked through here within,
Is it the same door I went in earlier?
the past day. No, it is not the same door. It's a little bit on the other side, a little bit, and because of that, if you do open this door, I will say it is the same room that the
The sleepy guy
Fiddle
was?
saw, with the sleepy guy and the Smith siblings.
Wait, didn't Garrett go in that room already?
Gary's not been
No.
in that room. He
I
went
went
into
into
another room. Yeah.
Oh, okay.
But yes, you see this door recently had someone go through it, and in terms of lining up everything, it is certainly in line with where she would have fallen from this room.
Okay. Then. So I
Or
heard that
from
they
right
were
outside
singing.
of this room.
I heard that they were singing in the bathroom. So can I go
Yep.
look in the bathroom? And can
Yeah, sure.
investigate the bathroom?
Sure. What are you looking for in specific? Just anything?
Clues.
Okay.
What do I notice about the bathroom?
It's a very clean bathroom. You know, it has a little washing area and a little area for pooping.
I call that a toilet.
Yeah, I'll say the bathrooms are like on the other side of the building. So like I was saying to Blake earlier, it's like in terms of the location of the bathrooms, it's almost like the Smith siblings were on the completely other side of where the bathrooms are on the other side of wherever she was pushed from.
Okay.
So I will say, even without a roll, you don't find anything out of the ordinary with the bathrooms, no.
Okay. All right. In that case, I guess we can return. Yeah. We'll return the way we came.
I'll say, well, as soon as you kind of come back from the bathrooms, you see that, trying not to be seen from below, you see that, what's it called? What's his name? Sir Pak. Yeah, Sir Pak is kind of standing in the doorway and looking around wherever she seemed to have fallen off or pushed up. And as you get up to him, he's kind of just standing there, and he's looking up at, above, kind of above it at the next balcony above, right, the 4th floor balcony. And he is just kind of looking up with his eyes furrowed up. Do you also look up?
Yeah, sure.
Make a perception check for me. Or investigation. It's up to you. Make an investigation.
I'll do investigation. That's better for me. Oh, I got a big boy 20, natty 20, so 26.
Nat 20? Hell yeah, dude. You see clear as
it was a B, and so I'm really confused, but no.
As you are looking up at the next balcony, you can see very thin lines of what appears to be this kind of rectangular cutout in the ceiling of this balcony, which doesn't kind of seem in line. It's very difficult to see because it's kind of like it's both marble, right? Both of it's marble, so it's just this very thin seam that kind of is in line with the floor above. But you notice that there is this square that he appears to be looking up at. And he's kind of furrow eyebrows, and he kind of looks to you and he says, "Well, I've never noticed that before."
I'll ask him what he thinks that is.
Says, I don't know. I'm worried that, he's kind of thinking to himself. I'm saying, this is where she must have fallen from, right? And
I think so.
He starts to take a step or two towards the edge of the balcony.
Push him off.
I'll just say you're kind of standing off to the side, from Genghis Khan's perspective. Do you do anything as you are as he starts walking up to the edge of the balcony?
I walk slowly towards him and put my arm around his shoulder or something, and I say, Don't do anything rash, sir. There are a lot of people that still care about you, or something.
And he looks at you and he says, "Oh no, I wasn't doing anything. I just wanted to see what she." And as soon as he leans over a little bit, you hear this big mechanical click, and you look above you. I'd like you to make an acrobatics check for me, as some seeming trap has been springed from above you.
This is all
getting
getting, dude.
I got a nat 20 again.
No, you didn't.
Oh,
No,
yeah,
you didn't.
No, I actually did. Hold on, I'll share my
Steven,
screen
he's
if you
lying.
want.
It's okay.
I believe
we
it.
roll.
No, just them two, where they were standing next to each other. And he rolled a 17, thank God. But
I would have caught him.
yeah, exactly.
Dude, look
But
at
both
this. Look at this.
both of you hear a click from
Yes.
above.
Here we go.
Oh, I see
I
it.
see it. I see it.
Oh, whoops! I got rid of the earlier one. I didn't. I just clicked on it. I didn't know I got rid of it.
Don't worry, I saw it. But you hear a click from above you, but both of you, from seeing this weird thing and just being confused at the whole time, you quickly are able to duck down, and as you look back up, you see that this panel that was above you was a big, basically just swinging door, and had swung out and nearly hitting both of you in the back, and had nearly pushed you off of the balcony, which in this moment, it's not this big loud clunk thing either. It kind of just swung out at you just under its own weight. The clicking you heard was some release, but then you hear this ticking sound slowly as kind of the panel starts to go back up and resets. Both of you are just kind of in the silent moment. I'll say I'm going to roll a percentile dice real quick. But you both roll perception checks, both of the people on the ground.
Okay.
Roll
That
percentile
is
dice.
going to be a 21.
19 plus
Okay.
6 or whatever.
I'll say you both
Plus 8. So.
You both wondering where Gengen are and kind of conspiring against him. You both hear this kind of clicking noise above, just because it's very out of pocket, but no one else appears to have heard it. I rolled a 2, kind of for the group of everyone else to see if they perceive it. You hear a clicking above, and you can see as you look up to the balcony where she had fallen from before. You can kind of see the hands and maybe the peering eyes of both Gengen and Sir Pak, kind of just the tops of their heads. But it appears you both just avoided a trap that, which you can only assume Melissa was not able to avoid. And yeah, what
can I say
does anybody want to do? Anything? Yeah.
I want to say to Fiddle, I'll put a hand on his shoulder and say, "Follow my lead, okay?" And run up the stairs to tell Pak that we've cracked the case.
I'll say.
Okay, hold on.
What do you do, Fiddle, first? Yeah, do you follow along?
I do, but I'm wary of what the plan is. But for now, I'm just gonna follow along, like he said.
Okay. So
Gengen, what do you do
run
in this
up
moment?
2 flights of stairs to get to us first.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
So I have time to talk to him before
A little bit of time.
But you don't know what we're gonna do.
I agree.
But,
I agree.
yes.
So what I was going to say is, sir, was Alexander the only person that was an architect of this tower?
His eyes are just wide and looking up at the now panel that's slowly clicking just almost back into place after just a couple seconds. And he is not really. It seems like his question hasn't really, he hasn't really perceived your question in any way. He just has, his eyes start to look wild and crazy, and you can tell from the look that he's looking. It looks just like how he looked right after realizing that after Melissa was dead and after the shock kind of waved off, he started to look really angry. He starts to breathe heavily. He starts to slowly stand up and look over the edge. Do you do anything? It appears that he is about to yell out something.
I think I'm gonna repeat. I'm gonna say, sir, before you make an announcement, I just want to make sure we're on the same page.
He says, make a persuasion check for me with disadvantage, please.
Disadvantage.
So roll twice.
Persuasion. Okay, 14 or 10. So 10.
10 plus what?
Not 0.
That's tough. He says, he looks to you, and he says, we have nothing to discuss. I know just who did it. It's fucking Alexander. And he looks to turn, over the balcony, and I'll say right as you both get up the stairs, which is kind of across the tower, you see him point down to Alexander, and he screams out, I want to make sure I get his name right. Alexander Median, you fucking killed my wife! And he starts sprinting towards the stairs, around to where you all were.
We cracked the mystery. Hey,
I'm gonna go as soon as I get up to the same
You
level.
didn't crack
as
shit.
Ginkin.
It was me. And
I was mocking you. I was mocking you.
As
soon as we get up to where Genghis is, I would like to cast banishment on him.
On who?
It's just on Gengen.
On Gengen. Alright, what's saving though? Does Gengen have to
I think it's a charisma. Yeah. Charisma save.
make a charisma saving throw. Genghis Khan.
Wait, how do I do a charisma saving throw?
Just
roll
roll
d20.
Roll your d20 and add your charisma modifier to it.
20, oh my god!
No, I got a 5.
You failed.
Yeah.
You are banished to a harmless demiplane.
Yes.
For
for
1
so
minute.
much work.
For 1 minute.
So we
You hid information from us. We cracked the case, sir. It's Alexander.
Yeah, so in this moment, you find yourself you suddenly find yourself in a plain field of grass. What?
Hold up, Steve.
Yeah.
As I realize that Sam is or whatever the fuck his stupid ass name is.
Yeah.
He's casting a spell on me. I want to shout and give my reward to Jeremy. That's what I want to
No.
You're banished.
I'll say that. Let me look up banishment. What kind of semantic is it?
It's one action casting
Yeah, but-
time. So you have 6 seconds, I guess.
It's 6 seconds. I would say he would be able to scream that out in time.
No.
But suddenly,
No.
again, you
I
find
cast
yourself
Mage
in.
Hand to twist his dick.
Yeah.
So he screams instead of yelling what he wants to yell.
Mhm,
Grab
yeah.
his dick and twist it.
Twist it. Give it the old dick twist. Alright.
I do, unfortunately, need to go now,
Yep.
guys.
Yeah.
Mhm.
So I'll.
at the end.
Yes, you are at the end. I will say that after. Yeah.
I'll watch that vlog when it gets posted.
Okay.
Bye, guys.
Then,
Feel free to
yeah.
roleplay my
There's
character.
some
if
rizzing
you
I
want.
want to do, so I can't.
Okay.
We can't end yet.
Bye. Love you guys.
Okay. See ya.
Bye, Sam.
See ya. Alright, yes. Again, you find yourself in a peaceful grass field after you have yelled out your phrase.
Working together.
You hid information from us. What do you mean?
I just didn't want anyone to know about it.
Mm-hmm.
And we were the one. Well, we're working together, but I get to hide information. No, sorry.
Alright,
You don't get it both ways.
I will say that after this banishment spell, Sir Pak is sprinting towards the stairs. Do you do anything to try and stop him? He's just called out that Alexander is the murderer, which you were going to accuse him of.
It's probably. Can I just lean over the balcony and cast Crown of Madness on Alexander?
Yes, you can do that. Intuiting that maybe Alexander, after being called out for murder, probably doesn't want to stick around.
Yes. Yes, that's why.
Yes. What kind of saving throw does he have to make?
Crown of Madness.
Wisdom saving throw?
Yeah. And he's got a -1. Oh yeah. Oh yeah.
Okay. Let's do a nice little roll. I'll say that Cyrus is too busy trying to banishing Genghis Khan to do it. He rolled a 5, so he rolled a 4. So I'll say that you suddenly this twisted crown of jagged iron appears on Alexander's hand, and suddenly his eyes start to glow slightly red as he starts just melee punching just everyone around him in this group, not trying to run away, but just absolutely wailing on everybody. He gets to make a wisdom saving throw at the end of each of his turns, so I'll say you bought 6 seconds minimum, but would you like to continue keeping it on him? And he'll just have to make another saving throw to see if it works for another 6 seconds.
Yeah, I'll just so I'm gonna follow down the stairs now behind Pak.
Okay.
And at the second floor, I recast it. Yeah.
Yeah, gotcha. Okay.
I can make it down a flight of stairs in 6 seconds. So.
Yeah, you don't need to recast it. You just need to keep it concentrated.
Okay, yeah, I'm concentrating on it.
It's just concentrated, but you have to do it every 6 seconds. That's what I'll rule. He rolled another 5. That's fucking crazy. So, yeah, that's a 4. So he is continuing just to wail on people. He's punching Vanessa in the face. He's punched, all the different people that you've talked to. He punches the Smith siblings in the face. And I will say that Sir Pak has made it down with you to the first floor, and I'll say that Cyrus has followed along. I'm going to need... Are you going to continue the spell until you actually physically reach him?
I'll ask Pak what he wants me to do.
He just seems to be... He seems to just be barreling towards...
Okay, in that case, yeah, I'll keep it on until we get there.
Okay.
So I guess make him save again.
Yeah, it's one more saving throw. He rolled a 3, so that's a 2. He is still just absolutely wailing. He punches the Smith siblings again. He punches the poor little old gnome lady who just gets absolutely...
It's Crown of Madness, dude.
Yeah,
why'd you do that, though?
So he can't leave.
He's staying in place, that's for sure.
Yeah.
He's punching around, and then you do not see this again, Genghis Khan. You're chilling in a field.
I'm in a plane.
Yeah,
I'm in a plane.
You're in a nice, beautiful field of grass, alone. Beautiful sunny day.
I cast Fireball on Garrick's plane of happiness.
That's how it works. I'll say right at the moment where he would need to make another wisdom saving throw, I'll say that Sir Pak essentially just tackles Alexander to the ground. Do you continue the spell?
No.
Okay, then suddenly the crown disappears and the glowing from Alexander's eyes is no longer there. But Alexander, now being tackled by Sir Pak, just has his hands around his neck and is slowly strangling Alexander and is not saying anything, but is just staring intently at him. Do you do anything? fit?
I think I should start playing a song.
Yeah. Okay, you get out your
Well, let me
fiddle.
think.
What do you start playing?
Do I? I don't think I have any good spells to use on him, so I don't know what I could do because I don't want to get in the way of Pak.
Bardic inspiration while you're singing your song.
Oh, I could feign death of Alexander. Ooh, if I feign his death,
you can make someone else fake their death. Wow.
yeah. If I, okay, so let me think. This is my potential plan. I feign Alexander's death, try and collect a reward from Pak, and then when he wakes up from his death, I get a reward from Alexander when I tell him I saved him.
It is touch. You have to hold. You have to touch them. It looks like.
I'm gonna do that. I'm gonna go up to Alexander and touch him and feign death.
Okay. Make a performance check. I'll say or a deception check, just to see how well you can. That 14. You're not casting a spell on him.
Yeah. 14 plus. What's my deception? My deception is plus.
Pretty good if I remember.
6. So 20.
6. 20. I'm gonna have him roll perception with disadvantage because he's focused on killing him.
Yeah.
I would say.
When does Garrett come back?
I can't come back.
No, you're banished. You're banished for a minute. You're banished for a minute.
Okay.
I'll say that. I'll say that you're. What are you thinking in this field right now? I'll say that.
Just
pretty.
Let's go into your mind.
I just feel that my decision to hold information close to my chest was justified because I couldn't trust these people I had just met, apparently. So
we gotta work together.
I never said that.
You did after. Yeah, you did. You were like, we're supposed to be working together after you got banished.
I don't think I said that after I got banished, but
yeah, you did. Steven, didn't he say that?
I don't remember. I was reacting to the fact that he's being banished.
Well, the one thing I remember saying was I was mocking you guys because Pak and I literally knew it was the guy, and you guys were coming up to tell him.
No,
that
but
you
did say
solved it all by
Sam,
yourself.
no, I remember that too. But right when Sam banished you, you said we're supposed to be working together.
I guess.
Well, yeah. I'll say
I didn't banish you. You can't be mad at me.
It's true. You did see that. Cyrus was doing all the motions to banish you. I'll say that Cyrus does not want to get in the way of Sir Pak, knowing that Sir Pak is hell-bent on murdering this person, and that's the only way that he's going to get gold. And so I'll say you are able to touch and feel the spell of feigned death go through you. A fiddle, and you are able to, as you do, slowly, Alexander's body goes limp, and it looks like he draws his last breath, and the life leaves his eyes.
And then I just start to. Oh, sorry. Go ahead.
Well, just as Sir Pak announced earlier that he wanted to do, and in this moment where his kind of body kind of just lays lifeless now, Sir Pak's hands slowly start to unclasp, and I'll say this is right when you come back, Genghis Khan. You appear suddenly.
Oh, thank God.
You suddenly appear right on top of the balcony, right where you had just finished yelling out to give your money to, give your part to Jeremy. And... Yeah. I'll say, what do? You look down, you suddenly perceive that Sir Pak is kind of, on top of Alexander.
I think I
apparently lifeless body.
Stairs,
yeah.
Not the secret passage stairs. The main stairs.
Yeah,
I raced
the
down
main
the stairs.
Okay.
And I clarify that I wasn't sure what was going to happen to me and would still like my reward, but I would happily give a small portion to Jeremy.
Jeremy's like, holy shit, for a minute. Oh, okay, yeah,
Let's
I'll take that.
go, Jeremy.
I'll take that. Wall again is running down the stairs and is about to clarify this. Sir Pak is kind of breathing heavy. What do you? You said you were going to say something. Wanted to say something.
Oh,
Fiddle.
Fiddle boy.
Oh my goodness, Pak, sir, you've killed him. He's
Sir
dead.
Pak.
He's fully dead, and it's not fake.
Sir Pak, breathing heavily, he says, "Yes, I, oh," and he looks over to the white sheet that's been placed over his wife, and he says, "Oh, I did it for you, Marissa." Oh.
Well, sir, justice surely has been served now. Now all that's left to do is perhaps give a reward to the people that found out that it was Alexander and then kept him here immobilized by his own internal demons.
He says, and this is right where you arrive, Gungan. You say you still want your piece. And he
Yes.
looks to the three of you all and he says, yes, I'll, he seems relaxed, I'll say, without even like an insight check. He seems weirdly relaxed for having just murdered someone. The adrenaline is just leaving his body, and he's just like, oh, and he's just, he looks over at he looks over at the white sheet that his wife is under, and he looks down at Alexander, and he kind of looks around to everybody, and he says, you know what, no, the party's over. The celebration was meant to be for opening of this great mansion that I was hoping to live in for many millennial, but I don't really want to live here anymore. After all the, after it being built with traps and secret passages, and you can see everyone around him is just like, what on, like, they're just in shock too at what just happened. Some have been punched in the face and are still being recovered by being attacked by Alexander. Some have just seen all of this, and some of the servants are even, scared a little bit of Sir Pak, but he seems extremely calm. It seems like he's not his normal kind of aggressive self, and he says, I don't want to live here. And he looks to the three of you. He says, how about for your reward, you can have this mansion. Do whatever you want with it. You three split it up, whatever, I don't care. And he looks over to the driver that drove you earlier. And he says, you know what, just take me down to Rambang. Can you please do that for me, Humphrey? And Humphrey looks over and he says, yes, sir, I'll absolutely do that. Do you want me to get your things? And Sir Pak says, no, I don't need my things. I just want to be gone. Thank you, everyone, for coming. Yes. And he just starts walking away. Do you all say anything to him? Or
I say thank
anything
you, sir.
to each other? Yeah.
I'd say thank you for holding up your end, sir. I'm very sorry.
He kind of just waves his hand as he walks away.
And then I invite Fiddle and whatever his Bull Whistle name or whatever his name is. I invite them to go stand on the third floor balcony and just admire the view.
We perceived what happened.
Nope, you didn't.
You heard what happened. You did not.
Well, no,
you heard clicking, is what I'll say.
And I fixed it. I fixed it, so you don't have to worry about it. I made it so that the trap doesn't work anymore.
I don't want to. I want to go talk to the Smith sister.
I think whatever Cyrus, I think he wants to. I think he wants to go take a look up on the balcony.
I'll say Cyrus is apologetic about banishing you. So rash decision, but he still thinks he's justified. And how you shouldn't have kept the information is what he kind of says to you all.
Well, fuck him.
Well, now you three own this mansion. Fiddle, you are looking to talk to the Smith sister?
Yeah, I say, everyone, just because there's been a couple deaths and the original host of the party has decided he's gone, doesn't mean we can't continue the party. And I start dancing. I start playing the fiddle. And I say, Mrs. Smith, you want to come on up here in my mansion? You want to play a song with the mansion owner fiddle?
Make a persuasion check.
Can we end this, please?
I rolled a 3 plus 8.
Okay.
It's plus 6. I got a 9. Fuck.
9. Unfortunate. I'll say.
Come on, man.
The dice. I don't know what to tell you, dude. The dice. The dice don't lie. No, I was almost gonna give you disadvantage. My mention. I'll say everyone is kind of turned off by the whole experience, and people start to just kind of leave with their groups out into the rain and get out. And you three are left within the mansion. The servants never left. The servants are still there.
Are any of them hot?
Oh, roll
Fiddle
a perception check, dude.
Okay, perception check. 14 plus whatever. Plus 8. Okay, 22.
Yeah, one is 22. One is named. Yeah, one is pretty hot, and you wink at her, and she kind of nods at you, and I think that's where we'll end it.
Okay, good. We're just gonna all say that Fiddle got some that night.
Yep, Fiddle
exactly.
got some. Congratulations, Fiddle.
Yeah. Who wants to the mansion with a fiddle? My mansion.